drained.
Yeah, same here. Oh, have you heard the rumors about that group of masked vigilantes?
Of course, the ones fighting evil and upholding justice every night.
Some say their power gives off a bright flash, but no one knows who they are behind those masks.
Ah, a light in the darkness. Sure sounds like justice.
Well, I hope they're the real deal.
Yeah, the nights would feel a lot safer.
Mommy! Is the lady with the glowing lollipop coming tonight?
You mean that brave young lady? She only appears in the darkest places.
Really? She's not scared of the dark?
That's right. So we should all be brave, just like her. As long as you believe in her light, she'll be there to protect everyone.
A new crisis is brewing.
Once more, the masked guardians must unite. To defend the city. And she will return.
Man, I'm drained.
Yeah, same here. Oh, have you heard the rumors about that group of masked vigilantes?
Of course, the ones fighting evil and upholding justice every night.
Some say their power gives off a bright flash, but no one knows who they are behind those masks.
Ah, a light in the darkness. Sure sounds like justice.
Well, I hope they're the real deal.
Yeah, the nights would feel a lot safer.
Mommy! Is the lady with the glowing lollipop coming tonight?
You mean that brave young lady? She only appears in the darkest places.
Really? She's not scared of the dark?
That's right. so we should all be brave, just like her. As long as you believe in her light, she'll be there to protect everyone.
A new crisis is brewing.
Once more, the masked guardians must unite. To defend the city. And she will return.
Man, I'm drained.
Yeah, same here. Oh, have you heard the rumors about that group of masked vigilantes?
Of course, the ones fighting evil and upholding justice every night.
Some say their power gives off a bright flash, but no one knows who they are behind those masks.
Ah, a light in the darkness. Sure sounds like justice.
Well, I hope they're the real deal.
Yeah, the nights would feel a lot safer.
Mommy! Mommy! Is the lady with the glowing lollipop coming tonight?
You mean that brave young lady? She only appears in the darkest places.
Really? She's not scared of the dark?
That's right. So we should all be brave, just like her. As long as you believe in her light, she'll be there to protect everyone.
A new crisis is brewing.
Once more, the masked guardians must unite. To defend the city. And she will return.
Man, I'm drained.
Yeah, same here. Oh, have you heard the rumors about that group of masked vigilantes?
Of course, the ones fighting evil and upholding justice every night.
Some say their power gives off a bright flash, but no one knows who they are behind those masks.
Ah, a light in the darkness. Sure sounds like justice.
Well, I hope they're the real deal.
Yeah, the nights would feel a lot safer.
Mommy! Mommy! Is the lady with the glowing lollipop coming tonight?
You mean that brave young lady? She only appears in the darkest places.
Really? She's not scared of the dark?
That's right. So we should all be brave, just like her. As long as you believe in her light, she'll be there to protect everyone.
A new crisis is brewing.
Once more, the masked guardians must unite. To defend the city. And she will return.
to the grand finals here for Magic Chess Rising Stars. It's season 5. If you missed the action yesterday in the semifinals, well, here today you'll see the top players from the semifinals now battle it out. It's me and Isu joined here today differently. We got a little mix up here. It's Husky. Husky, how we doing, man?
I'm doing great. It's pretty exciting because I was following the action on the sidelines, and the biggest surprise for me thus far is the fact that none of our Go 1 finalists are in this grand finals, which speaks volume to how far we have come. I think the competitive landscape has really grown a lot with the amount of talent we have, and I'm excited to see what other crazy stuff we're going to see today.
You know, we were joined with Mo yesterday, and he was going a little crazy for the fact that, Floxy didn't push on through the semifinals. And also, I would just say that we had a note on the statistics with, I think, the players in the semifinals, 75% of them were actually new players coming in through, this season 5, which is phenomenal. We talked about this a bit yesterday on how, we have a whole bunch of new talent coming through, new players eager to join MCGG Rising Stars, which is amazing because, again, you can do it from the comfort of your home and get a chance to be joining us here. So before we focus on today's matches, we have to go ahead and invite everybody out there watching currently to go check out our official social media, starting off with our global Facebook page. You guys can go ahead and scan the QR code that's going to be coming out here in just a bit. This is at Magic Chess Go-Go. There you guys will find all the latest happenings, the latest news, and the most comprehensive strategies and everything else telling you guys about what's going on in the world of Magic Chess Go-Go. So don't forget to follow, like, and check everything out. Also, there's also a TikTok page you guys can check out. We're going to be throwing up the QR there as well that you guys can scan, because you guys can head on over to the live stream, head on over to the page, and check out our official TikTok account. So just search for it. If you can't scan the QR, just search for at Magic Chess Go-Go Global on TikTok. And don't forget to follow us now. And so, yes, Husky, yesterday we went through 10 rounds. Well, we had 16 players, 8 in each group. That's what we went through for these semifinals. I think if I could sum it up for you and for anyone that didn't get to tune in, Husky, Group A, pretty dominated by Shadow QC. We'll be seeing our players later on, but he was, I think if I recall correctly, he won the first 3 rounds, right? So 8-8-8.
Yeah.
Locked in those points. I believe he actually won 4, if I can recall correctly, 4 out of the 5 rounds, or he even had a couple rounds where he finished second. So Shadow QC is the guy to really watch from Group A coming into this grand final. Now, Group B, that was a different thing, Husky. Like, this is what me and Mo called this. This was the group of death. They were about neck and neck through the whole thing. There was obviously some clear takeaways, Sinta being one of them from Indonesia. Obviously the guy to really look out for. So I think that's what I'm really looking forward to the most, is that matchup between Shadow QC, how he performs, but also Sinta, if he can replicate what he did yesterday in Group B.
Yeah, I personally also am excited to kind of see, of course, my countryman, the Seoul Malaysian representative. I think, for me, at least in Malaysia, Finn has always been the icon of MCGG, and the fact that right now there is someone else that's carrying the torch. Last year, during Go 1, Finn came in and he was also destroying his group before we got to the Go 1 Grand Finals, but unfortunately, did ended up finishing 6 out of 8. So I think for at least the Malaysian community, they are very excited to see how this new young blood is going to be able to carry that torch forward in an environment where, just like last year, half of the grand finalists are actually from Indonesia, which has been crushing it.
It's something about Indonesia, man. I think I can't remember if there was. I feel like the most competitions, or let's say grassroots tournaments, really started in Indonesia. I'm not so much sure about how it was in Malaysia, but over in the Philippines, it did take a little bit for some of these tournaments to really start get going over here. As we look at the highlights from yesterday, this is what I was talking about. Shadow QC, as you see on the screen there, thumbs up. He had multiple thumbs up for us on the first place finishes that he was able to get. Him and Sen ZT were very neck and neck in a lot of the games that they were able to do. But I would say, just overall through the grassroots tournaments, the rising popularity that has grown here. Now, not just the Philippines and Malaysia. Obviously, it's been pretty strong in Indonesia, but just worldwide, things have really started to now build up. And so it was great to see representatives that went through that process, got to Rising Stars here and then into the, through the qualifiers until eventually they're here on the broadcast and we get to see them in that semifinals. And it's growing, man, Husky. It's definitely something that more players are getting interested in.
Yeah, I think from season 3 onwards is where, it really took off. And I think the meta right now is in a pretty good place. The latest, some of the latest synergy in season 5 sort of are improved versions of previous synergies that just feel a lot better, right? Like Neo Beast replacing aspirants is something that I personally am excited for, because aspirants just feel like a gimmick, right? You take it from the just some extra numbers in your damage, and then that's pretty much it. It's pretty hard to stack up. But for Neo Beast, it solves that problem of I need to go on a lose streak. Now there are multiple ways to get those points in. The hard bond as well. I think that one is a cool mechanic, but also can be quite annoying. When I look at statistics wise, a lot of people are they complain about hard bond in a good way, because it's so irritating to play against when the enemy core keeps coming back up.
Yeah, you'll see here again for the board ranking. This is Shadow QC, 22 wins, 6 losses in the semifinals. Again, it's funny that you mentioned the heart bond, because for the most part, that's something that me and Mo were just really talking about. It's one of those things it's so meta right now, fits so well. And usually that heart bond is, you see that Kufra locked in, the Mia. A lot of the commanders are going to be playing around the early power of a Mia, getting to that 3-star. And sometimes it's so standard, it's so meta that it's a little bit hard to beat, unless you're able to go ahead and have a better early game and then transition. But what we really did see is, the priority on the Minotaur commander, enhancing those items even more to help with that build. Sinta, again, really dominating throughout his Group B. As we look at both of the leaders here, he went 20-7 there in that semifinals. But this was the highlight. If there's anything that I can tell you guys to go watch from yesterday's semifinals, we saw this twice. We saw twice the 3-star 5 gold cost Lancelot, man. And he almost got the 3-star Benedetta too. Like the fact that we saw 3-star Lancelot twice happen in the same hands of the same guy makes it a little scary to see what he's going to pull out here for the finals.
Yeah, I remember he was like one Benedetta piece away from that 3-star too. And he also got basically the right setup for it, right? Like the Dyro power cut to speed up the process, and then he even got extra econ in that late game. So I think right now, at least my playstyle is I'm a very lazy person. I don't like to manage econ, so if I can get free econ off of my go-go card, that's what I will go for.
Wait, who's your commander if you're that way? Is it Lancelot?
Lancelot, yeah. Like Lancelot, I main Lancelot, but now I'm like pivoting towards Loyi every now and then. I think they're both pretty fun. Yeah, but I feel like the early tempo is also pretty important for right now's meta, because of, you want to hit that hard bond early. You have the Neo Beast as well. Like the Neo Beast Dauntless is another thing that we can look forward to.
Yeah, right now we're looking at the tournament format. Again, this is how things kind of fell in place with our semifinal yesterday, where we had a total of 16 players. That was 14 division winners plus the 2 wild cards that we had. And then they have proceeded. The top 4 players from each group ended up here in the final, and they'll be battling it out to go ahead and grab that championship. So, looking at this, again, we're running on an 18-point checkmate system. Any player who reaches 18 points needs only to win their next game in first place to get the championship title. And so this is our point system. If you've been watching MCGG for a while, you're pretty familiar with this. Again, first place going and grabbing the 8 points. Again, 18 points is kind of a magic number right now that our players are going to be fighting for. And, we've seen this, how close the points can get. And this is what the players are battling it out for. This is our prize pool here, where the champion is going to be grabbing $3,000. Second place, we'll go ahead and get $1,800. Third place, $1,000. Fourth, $800. 5 to 8th place here, $500 each. And then, of course, our competitors yesterday they all got 250 each, those that didn't make it to the finals here. So they're all fighting for something. They're all fighting for a piece of this prize pool. Obviously, that champion, $3,000. Husky, would you spend all of that on Magic Chess?
All $3,000? No, of course not. But I think a good chunk of it will go into some of the cosmetics that I personally like.
Yeah, and again, this is our players coming up from Group A over and also Group B. We have Shadow QC, Senzi T, Gideon, Moon, Cinta MCGG. We have the rest of them there at the bottom. So we're going to take a look at their player camps here so you guys can get to go ahead and get familiarized with our players. But yeah, nonetheless, Shadow QC might be a contender for this, man.
Yeah, this is a representation as well from Vietnam, because last year we didn't really have any players from that nation be a part of that Gold One finals. Of course, now it comes at the cost of the Burmese, because last year we did have Jerry. But either way, you know, it's good to see like the talent pool keep on expanding, and even those late game meta pieces, the synergies. There are a lot of variety now. People aren't just gunning for the class, you know, Hardbond, Kufra Mia, the 6 fighters with the 3-star Roger.
You're still going to see a lot of
bruises as well.
Hardbond, man.
I'm pretty sure I will. Yeah, but with the limited resources, I think, you know, the options to pivot are there, and I think that's what makes it fun.
Yeah, Itagaki Kanoe was another player very, very promising that we got to see yesterday. Lungmat Pro, also one of the close competitors. Again, Group B, when you looked at it, even looking at Gran here, they're all very highly competitive. And it was almost to a sense where, yeah, Cinta was able to go ahead and really dominate certain games, but it came down to the wire. And that's why it was that group of death. So let's head on to our drafting phase. Again, we have potentially these 8 games that we're going to go through, but we'll have to see exactly if one of the players ends it before that, or we even potentially go past the 8 rounds here. So first commanders coming through. Of course, you're going to have a Ruby and Minotaur picked up right away. Those are probably 2 of the most common meta commanders you're going to see right now. And Angela for Lungmat Pro. It looks like, again, with how much do you think this strategy changes, Husky, from, you know, having these 8 rounds, at least potentially 8 rounds ahead of you? Do you go and pick up your strongest game plan right now, or do you kind of just wait and weigh out the board and the players here?
I think at least for game 1 it's harder to decide that, because the pick order is randomized. But I personally would go for my strongest opener first, because I want to be in a more commanding position, right? If I can win that round and get that 8-point head start, it does make the rest of the rounds slightly more manageable in case things don't go well, because the goal is to get to 18 points first. So theoretically, the grand finals can end by round 4 if someone just snowball out of control. So I will go for the most powerful commander pick.
So you'd go with Lancelot, is what you're saying?
Only applies to me. I would go for
Lancelot. Yeah, no, that's what I'm
regardless.
asking. Like, if you would go with the Lancelot here, right?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I can only use Lancelot once, right, in this format. So
Yeah.
I gotta expand the commander pool a bit.
It's funny because I saw a couple questions in the chat yesterday. They were mentioning, is there a ban or how does this work? Well, technically, it's think of it as, for a lot of the players that have even watched MLBB, like, think of it almost as like a global ban. Like, you can't pick the same commander, at least for you, the player, twice, right? So technically they have to go through multiple different commanders, multiple different strategies, and that's why the professional players like this are so adverse to all these different commanders, what they can do, what kind of nuances they have, because that's something, as we saw, just how much of a change some commanders can have and some don't have as much of an impact. But as we jump into the game, let's go ahead and see what we are gonna have built up first. A couple Neo Beasts are eventually going to come into here, and then we'll see what cards are picked up. Our go-go cards, first off, they're mostly, from at least what we saw for me and Mo yesterday in the semifinal, most players obviously are picking the cards that go with their commanders, but there are some changes here as well. You can see the PNK actually power being picked up by Cinta.
And he actually went he actually got the hard bond already. So what
Yeah.
a start for him. Just the Alucard and the Kufra, but the Kufra is the important piece that he was looking for. And funnily enough, he actually lost the creep round earlier on. So
Yeah.
he did lose that 1 HP. Not too big of a deal, but I am interested to see how Gideon's going to play out this Ruby, because it essentially gives you so much sustain on the battlefield as long as you get a piece that can continuously get takedowns. In this case, it does have the Leona to work with. And
Yeah.
if you get the 2-star in this Leona, Gideon has a pretty good chance of snowballing the early game.
Yeah, we saw this yesterday. We actually saw quite a few players go with the, 2 Neo Beast setup. It was interesting because ideally you want to just take the losses, you just want to go ahead and build up your chest there. But it was interesting because if you actually get a pretty good start, let's say RNG is a little more in your favor and your game plan is this way, we actually saw where you get on a winning streak and you have the Neo Beast and you kind of just end up popping the chest out about like 100 or so, because you're just, you're continuously winning and it's just slowly being built up. But we'll see if that ends up happening for any of the players here running with this. We're going to take a look at Cinta. He's got
Going
the
the blue
this is something that we saw yesterday too, man. We saw the Nana Commander really coming in clutch in one of the rounds yesterday where, just with I think maybe if I remember right, 11 HP, utilizing that built-in sort of extra life, if you will, that Nana brings.
I think in a meta where a lot of other players out there are looking for tempo play, going on the lose streak with the Nana is actually quite a smart way to approach it, right? You gain priority in the carousel, you avoid one fatal blow, and you get 2 equipment chests off of that. It can make the difference because you essentially get an equipment advantage of +2 from that mid to late game onwards. And I think you also help build up your econ along the way, which is why I think for Cinta, MCGG doesn't mind going on the lose streak as long as you watch out for the health. I think you probably pull the brakes around like 60 or like halfway through the second stage to start building up some momentum, because you don't really want to put yourself in a spot that is too vulnerable because you lost too much HP.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be in that position right now. As we're taking a look at Shadow QC, this is what I was hoping for yesterday. It was kind of like on my personal wish list was the soul vessels, because I know he's got the 1-star Dijang right now, but we didn't reach more than that. It was just something that a couple of the players brought out, but they didn't fully build into it. And I'm just one of those people that's like, you know what, if you're seeing all this meta, let's see some non-meta synergies happen here, and that might be one of them. Cinta's actually going to be very quick to go for, what's that, the Rafaela? I think so. So Yu Zhong's going to be taken by Sen. I'm going to grab the Fred. So items being prioritized here by everybody else, pretty much. Gron getting a winner crown already too, so that's a good defensive item. Let's see, what did Jack? Was it?
I think for
did he grab?
Cinta, he did go for this. Should be it's the Florin. Yeah, so it's
it's a Florin. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's a Florin. But it does have the heartbound blessing activated, so +1 heartbound there makes life better for him. I mean, like out of 8 of the players, 6 of them have some sort of a heartbound synergy active. Even for Gron with the Winter Crown, it's gonna help him out, down the road. So get some better tempo because he does have the fighter, 3 scavengers, and 2 marksmen. So he's good in econ, but he's also pretty good in that survivability.
Yeah, and as we look at Itagaki here, will he actually come through with this? I mean, he's still got the heart bond. Yeah, he's not gonna survive there. Wasn't in time to get that off, but close enough. Maybe when his Mia gets some of the items that he needs. Looking at Moon was pretty competitive yesterday as well. Little under the radar, I would say, but you get to the grand finals. All these players played really well throughout their groups. Now, looking at things, you got everyone's sitting around what, level 6? You still got a level 5 for Itagaki, Lunmat Pro as well. So some switching happening here for Moon. He does proc the Bruiser. He's always going Bruiser Defender. This is probably one of my favorite to play. I love the Bruiser synergy, man. I don't know. I guess I just like the fact that you get to go ahead and get that extra hit, and I guess depending on what kind of itemization you get to, it's fun to get those, like, see the extra damage, that extra procs come through.
It's the textbook definition of just brute forcing your way. You just go front to back.
That's me.
Yeah, just peel through everything else. But I think based on what the players have right now, my eyes are definitely on Shadow QC, right? Again, the Minotaur gives you the upgraded item. He got the perfect item, the best in slot, the golden staff, the upgraded golden staff for the Mia. And not only that, he also has that 2-star jaw hit. He has an Oracle and the Antique for the front line. That is usually quite a standard opening that gives you a decent tempo to work with. I think he's looking for a 2-star Mia right now. Unfortunately, he did lose the previous round because he didn't have enough damage to work with. But once he gets a 2-star Mia and maybe like one more damage item from this creep round, we can expect to see Shadow QC go on a bit of a win streak.
Yeah, he actually ended up switching out too. Before we went over to Long Mat Pro here, he went and got Scavenger. This is obviously what the players do too, especially early on. Get the Scavenger. Also the economy, you get a bit of extra gold plus a hero that you can sell if you want to. And we'll play into this creep round. We'll see what these second go-go cards are going to end up being here for our players.
Yep. Some 3 of the players, Moon, Tinta, and Shadow QC, holding onto the second go-go card, which sometimes can be a very good move. Shadow QC going for some free refreshes in the shop. Again, trying to accelerate the game phase, 9 shop refreshes with the glittering jewels.
What is the strategy here? I mean, I've seen this now quite a few times where you hold on to picking the card. Usually, I think the most thing I've seen is when you pick up the rock shield, the little extra shield there. What other things could you do strategy-wise for holding, let's say, the second or even the third go-go card later on?
I think the rock shield is one of the best ones to hold on to because it literally prevents you, saves you for 1 round. But I think shop refreshes aren't too bad either, right? Like if you are in a position where you need to start rolling, but you also want to keep your economy in a healthy spot, then glittering jewels is one of the best options to hold on to because you can literally use that to free roll and hopefully get your pieces, your 2, 3-star 4 or 5 costs.
Yeah, it's again one of those strategies that you can employ because as I was saying with Mo, especially when I started streaming Magic Chess, there's so many people interested in it, but they're not. I feel like some people are a little overwhelmed with strategies that they might think they need to do, and then you end up watching something like this for Magic Chess Go-Go Rising Stars. And obviously, you're going to see the best of the best, like do some pretty in-depth strategies, right? And you can learn a lot from just watching them too. I spent a lot of the time before in my time in Indonesia watching, for example, like KB or his stream and learning from them. And you watch these players, dude, I'll tell you what, even after the semifinals, when I woke up this morning, I was like, let me go ahead and try some of the let me go ahead and try some of the synergies or the strategies I saw the players pull off. Obviously, when you try to replicate it, it doesn't work out as good, but you still learn in this way. And something that we're definitely seeing is, again, just how strong right now the Minotaur is. Like you mentioned, having the ability to enhance the right weapons really pans out, really works well. And even so, like Fanny being one of the top commanders, we're going to see a whole lot of the Fanny come through, the Ruby that gives that cloak and the scythe to the heroes out there. So there's a whole bunch of strategy. My point being, and for the many common questions that I get, you guys should just start playing Magic Chess Go-Go. It might seem overwhelming for some people, but the game does a really, really good job at teaching you the fundamentals and then even more the advanced things later on as you get through the game.
Yeah, a lot of the info is right where you need them to be, right? How many pieces left of the hero that you want, it's stated as well. You just need to turn it on the settings. Interestingly enough, Gron did go for the Lancelot commander, so ideally you should be ahead in terms of levels and experience, but he is the same with Senzit, and the only reason that's the case is because this Fanny is literally on a win streak, right? On 5 win streak. So he technically has 9 hero pieces on the board just because he's a Fanny. And that does, put Gron behind a little bit, but not by much. I think the biggest challenge of playing Lancelot is that yeah, sure, you get your levels eventually, but you have to really know how to manage that board. And a lot of the times, if you can go on a win streak, that would be the best case for Lancelot. Extra econ helps him mitigate the fact that he just splurges all your gold by the end of the round.
Yeah, and this is now, as we get into this carousel and we see this is where you might see some potential pivots happen here between some of the players. You know, Cinta being pretty low, but again, he's a Nana, so not too dicey just yet. Did go for the Heart Bond synergy. We'll see what he ends up changing. He has a decent amount of gold too. This is the switching. Looks like he's going to be trying to prioritize the marksman with the Heart Bond. He's still got plenty of gold that he can roll with too. We'll see. Yeah, it looks like he's going to go for it. So he's got the proc there. He's got a Hanabi plus the Mia. Kufra's pretty tanky, but he might just be lacking some of, the star up potential that he can do with this. Now over here for Senzi T, bet on that win streak, man. I don't know if Itagaki's going to be able to beat him here. Running with this Weapon Master, we saw the Weapon Master so much yesterday, not necessarily paired up with Exorcist, but so far it's been working for Sen.
Yep, he has. And he does have the Roger, who is acting as a proxy to hold on to his items for now, but Itagaki is going to come on top because he does have access to that Leslie already. And so quite hard to cut through, right? He has Leslie, but he also has Mystic Mail now at the with 5 synergies. So technically you get 5% extra HP, and you have the Mystic Claw as well. But the main thing is just the fact that the 4 Heart Bond plus the Mystic Mail does give him enough of that damage that the Leslie provides on top to kind of beat out Senzi T, which is slightly unfortunate because Senzi T, you want to snowball with numbers. The 4 Weapon Masters and 3 Exorcists felt like the winning formula, at least for stage 3.
Yeah.
But that's not really the case if someone already has the 5 costs.
This was the kind of like the wish list for Mo yesterday. He kept wanting to see the Mystic Meow synergy come through. It came out a couple times, but not enough for Mo, and he wanted to see it fully activated. Now for Shadow QC, again, he's running that composition we've seen so much of yesterday. This Mia is going to sit patiently in the back. He's looking for the 3-star there, and good spread, having the Beatrix even there. So it's just his front line is tanky enough, and they're not even 3 stars yet, but because of his itemization, again, the Mia just kind of gets to fire off in the back line, and right now that's going to work. We're not sure if maybe someone can actually stop Shadow QC from continuing to scale, because once that Mia is 3-star and the rest of his front line is beefed up, that's really going to be difficult. Now looking at Cinta, who's naturally getting pretty low here, this is kind of what we expected. I'm not sure if there's any other pivot that can happen here for Cinta. Again, he is Nana. He did go with the rock solid shield, so he's got the rock shield. And then his last card, his go-go card, he went with the purest power. So that's going to go ahead and give him extra, basically hybrid attack, about like 28%.
28%, yeah. You're looking for 6 synergies.
He's got what, 4? Yeah, he's got
4. Yeah, he reset his whole board. This is the pivot that we're looking for, and of course it's a creep round, so he can still afford to do that. And he has an extra life with the rock shield, and another extra life along because of
the Nana.
Yeah, so he has theoretically 2 free chances, and I think he just got the Benedetta, and this is probably where we might see him start winning rounds, right? The 6th Weapon Master is what he's looking for right now.
Weapon Master was so interesting yesterday because you saw it quite a bit, but there was obviously like certain things that just kind of worked better with the Weapon Master. Also, one of them being what he's going for actually is the Heart Bond, even the Luminexus a bit there to help with some of that hybrid defense. Now, taking a look at Shadow QC, who, like I was saying, he has been built up. I was wondering when he'd get this. He gets all the 3 stars he basically needed with this type of composition. So this is the classic 6 defender composition you're going to see, especially with the Minotaur. So his Mia, even being 3 stars, just going to go ahead and shred through anyone that tries to oppose him, and his front line is almost unkillable because of this. And you mentioned this, Husky. A big part of that was he got lucky with the items early on.
he has double oracles, the Aegis on the Kufra, he has the Antique Cuirass, he has 2 Berserker's Fury and a upgraded Golden Staff. He is in prime position to, I'm not gonna say that he's gonna win it yet, but he's in a very strong spot right now. And not to mention, he has that Glory League synergy activated, even though it's just 2-piece, but it is technically a ramp-up strategy, right? The longer the round goes on, the stronger the heroes under that synergy get. In this case, the Minotaur and the Beatrix, even though Beatrix only has a Demon Hunter sword, eventually she is going to start hitting hard if the Mia doesn't do already.
Yeah, that's usually what we end up seeing with that bit of Glory League for some of the composition synergies here. Taking a look at Cinta, we'll see if he turns it around. He's got his 6 Weapon Master still. He's got the 6 Heart Bond. We'll see if he's able to go ahead and beat Moon here. Moon could potentially be out. I don't think Moon was able to get what he was looking for. Big shield, though, on this Yori Yagami. Shielded up. He might be able to clear this, utilizing a Benedetta, though, to shred through that. I think he's going to be able to clear this out, and that is unfortunately not going to work here, even with the kick. And there you go. That's the final shot to Moon. First to bow out in our game 1.
Yeah, the Heartbound is sort of like your soft counter to Yori Yagami, like he kicks you, but then you come back to life, and then the process repeats itself. It's a single target after all, so there are limitations to it. But it also means that right now, Zinta can't really utilize the purest power, the Go-Go card, because he only has 2 synergies to work with. So perhaps it's for the better, right? Like this 6 Heart Bond and 6 Weapon Master looks like his end game. I don't think you can find a better pivot than that. So unfortunately, he's working with 2 Go-Go cards, but at the cost of having really strong synergies.
Yeah, he's pretty stacked up, but he did 2-star the Benedetta, I think I saw. So let's see what Sen is low as well, 24 HP right now, up against Gran. Looks almost like an even matchup, but Gran relying on that Valentina on the backside, and might be enough to actually clear this out because you have a Lancelot plus the Heart Bond. So that is, even with the winner crown, this is going to be Gran taking that one. Good play there. Good move, Gran, and puts SenZT at 10.
Yeah, SenZT needs a bit more time. He's currently at Commander level 9, but he needs like the nice synergies to really make use of the Mystic Mail. So probably would need to make some changes if he can afford to. Unfortunately, his bank doesn't really allow that, only sitting at 2 gold. And unless he can find a good piece here on the carousel, he might have to just rely on the items to do so. And he's going to go for the Heart Bond crystal, and maybe to use that to empower his comp.
Yeah, Heart Bond. I don't know if that's gonna help him or not. Let's see
he doesn't
if he
have money
ends up
to
switching.
roll.
Yeah, he's got no money.
Oh, might get it. It's Luminex's Stargazer. Oh, he already has Rafaela.
Yeah,
that's 8. It's the Heart Bond crystal. Can he create a 9th synergy? Doesn't seem like it. He will have to win the next round. Maybe he can actually. The Valentina, if it gets bounced in, I think he might have 9.
Does he have 9? No.
Oh, it's 7 now.
Yeah, 7. He had the 8, but he's so close. But he might not even get a chance to get there, man. He's up against Gideon. Gideon also really low. Luminexus really helping out. But man, this is a Lancelot 2-star from Gideon.
Might be doable.
With a Ling, yeah, could be doable here. Yeah, I think this is going to be Gideon's, though. It's too much to deal with because you still have the Ling that can actually do it. Tempest Blades, even with this, there's the Winter Crown again. They're just shredding through a Lancelot and a Ling, just like we saw from last night. Unfortunate for Sen as he has to bow out now, getting that 7th place finish in game 1.
Yeah, very, very unlucky. He needed that nice synergy to really get the value out of the Mystic Mail, because the Mystic Claw would have made all the difference because he was so close in winning that. Thankfully, it's just round 1. Itagaki also is working with the Mystic Mail synergy. He's looking for one more to achieve the Mystic Claws.
Yeah. We didn't get to see that yesterday. How good are the the red or the blue Mystic Claws?
It's like this is essentially an upgraded version of Metro Zero. I think if you get the Mystic Claw, it's actually pretty good because it provides more damage, right? Like on top of the HP that the synergy already provides, so you could basically give it to a damage dealer for the extra punch. I think compared to Metro Zero, the Mystic Mail is definitely better. Like the conditions to activate the synergy is the same as the previous season, but the rewards are, it feels more worth it to go for it. Like if you pivot into Mystic Mail and you actually hit it, you stand a better chance.
Yeah, it takes so much work to get those 9 synergies as well. So we'll see if Cinta's able to actually survive this. Winter Crown's going to be popped, but it's just too tanky of a front line once again. And so Cinta, Cinta, he's going to take the shot here. That's the Nana proc as well, I believe. So he'll stay in it, buying himself enough time, 1 HP, so he's got one more essentially round or life after this orange creep round here. We'll see if he picks up anything to change the fate, but yeah, Gron was knocked down in the last one, so we're down at 2-5.
That is so unfortunate. Just the front line of Shadow QC held on for so long, and the Benedetta just refuses to go onto the Mia, who was at 20% health. Yeah, and sometimes it does happen. Your cores getting fixated on the front lines, and the Minotaur just kept topping him up. I think for Cinta, let's see. I think he has access to another Winter Crown and a Heart's Claw, so technically he has 3 Winter Crowns to work with, which extends his survivability in the fight. But what he's looking for is actually more damage. He needs a bit more damage.
Okay, let's see. Now that
that's a lot.
That round's over. Let's see if Gideon's what's Gideon switching around here. Yeah, he's going for that Swift Blade. He's got the Phase Warper, 2-star in his K or his Gushin. The Lancelot's pretty stacked though too, so pretty good at turnaround. Then he gets the Ling up to 2-star, so that's actually really good for Gideon. Let's see if he's able to go ahead and survive. He's been on a 2-win streak. He's going to go ahead and face up against Lungmat Pro. So with the Lancelot and the Ling sitting at 2 stars, this is a whole big power spike essentially for him that he can jump in. You see him actually shredding through, but I don't know, his Ling and the Lancelot, even with the Winter Crown, so that's enough time to buy for the Ling. So close. Imagine if he didn't just 2-star that Ling.
Yeah, that is actually very, very close. That 3-star Fred almost took him out, but we are going to lose Cinta in this round. He was 1 piece away from the 2-star Lance. I think the 2-star Lance would have been the next difference maker for him. He was also looking for Roger pieces, and there were plenty of Roger pieces left in the pool. I think none of these players actually are aiming for the Roger, but he just didn't have to go to do so. So we get the KOF for Shadow QC. 4 marksmen, 6 defenders, one of the most classic comps since the dawn of MCGG. I don't know how you are gonna peel through this cool front Minotaur at this point.
It's pretty standard. There's also a 3-star Hayabusa being built in now by Itagaki. Shadow QC just lost his last round, but I don't know if he's going to be able to really change too much with his lineup right now. Let's see how he ends up playing. But Itagaki, after that, getting that 3-star Hayabusa, this is what Mo definitely wanted to see too last night. He wanted to see how exactly a 3-star Hayabusa worked. We didn't get to see it too much right now. It's doing work with the Shadow Kill, having a Lancelot to boot, and that's going to be enough to go ahead and clear this out against Gideon. So Gideon taking the 19, he's going to have to bow out. We are down to 3.
Yeah, it's actually pretty good, because if you catch the Ling as he comes down with the Tempest of Blade, your Shadow Q could actually just one-shot the Ling, and that's actually what happened in that round. The Ling decided to hop off the skyscraper and got deleted.
Oh, we're down to 2.
Still pretty close though. Down to 2 is him and Shadow QC. This Hayabusa could be the key. Like that Shadow Q, all he needs is for it to bounce to the back line to take out that Mia, and then he will have a way better chance. In fact, this whole comp allows him to do so. You have Lancelot that can dive, the Shadow Q as well, a 3-star. It deals I think like almost 9k damage per pop.
Yeah.
Which which I think is sufficient enough now that he has 8 Mystic Mail synergies.
I wonder if he'll end up hitting the 9. Let's see how he does against Shadow QC. It's him and Itagaki for a game of 1. Is the 3-star Hayabusa enough? Once the Shadow Kill is going to pop, he gets to the back line, but the Mia is still firing off, so pretty distracted up here by that front. He finally does some more damage. The Lancelot's going to go ahead and jump on the Mia. He's got to take care of the Mia. The Heart Bond, though, still going to be enough, at least for now, unless he can get one of the assassins back on it. Oh, the Shadow Kill. Heartbound's going to proc once again. He should be able to clear this out. Mia's up, but the Hayabusa's so close to another Shadow Kill. He'll pop it off and make work with the Lancelot, winning the round against Shadow QC.
Yeah, a lot of the groundwork was laid out actually by the Lancelot and the Leslie. So every time the Leslie uses her ult, you actually fire 4 more shots at different targets, and those shots were basically scattered, and they were hitting onto the Mia every single time it procs. And then you have the Lancelot who just Thorn Roses to the back line every now and then. They chip away the Mia health, and once you proc the Heart Bond off the Mia, you take her out of the fight for 3 seconds. There's a lot of time for you to start working on the rest of Shadow QC's board. And by the time the Heart Bond character goes down for the 3rd time, it extends to a 5-second revive timer. That is the win condition for Itagaki. So that Leslie and Lancelot are putting a lot of the weight.
Yeah, Leslie, Lancelot, working really well there. I mean, there's also a reason why Shadow QC just went, he's had a Leslie himself, but it doesn't want the potential for another Leslie to build up there. We're going to go ahead and take a look. Shadow QC's POV here. He's going to deal with this again. Tanky lineup. He put the Mia now on the other side, I believe. Didn't change too much. He did activate that Heart Bond up on the front line here, but this one is actually going to clear it out. So even with the Hayabusa, there was enough there to change. The Lancelot from Itagaki is going to be back up. Still has to burn through this. Has plenty of HP, though. Plus those Heart Bonds from earlier. So that looks like it's going to be enough as we can clear out. No, we can't. Oh, so close.
That was actually really close. The Face Warper helped out the Hayabusa. Every single time the Hayabusa gets brought down to, I think, 40% health, he just goes back to 100% health, and then Shadow QC's board will have to start their hard work all over again. I think the reposition was actually a pretty smart move because it helped them eliminate the Leslie and extend the lifetime of this Mia, but now the Hayabusa and Lancelot become the next problem. They just could not shake off these 2 cores because they have so much iframes.
Yeah, we'll see if Itagaki ends it here. He's got the 6 Heart Bond. I think he's still fishing to potentially star up someone if he can, but might be able to just win it here against Shadow QC. Once again, same combination. Shadow QC not changing too much left of it. Same work's it's just gonna come down to what the Hayabusa is able to do with this Lancelot. So it's going to get pretty dicey as Leslie's going to get lost here after taking that final shot, and now it comes down to it. But this Mia still coming through with the Heart Bonds there. They're going to proc that, and we'll see it. There's the Shadow Kill. He's going to go for that clear again with a Phantom Execution too, and the Hayabusa will get another Shadow Kill through. And there you go. Itagaki makes work of it, gets the W in game 1.
Yeah, working in silence behind the scene with no one basically keeping track of him. He does have the Diggy as well, so you get that mirror device to hit that 3-star. And better yet, no one was paying attention to the Hayabusa. So once he hits that Hayabusa, and he has a Lancelot that has an antique cuirass and Sea Halberd to act as a utility to reduce healing from all the sustain from the Oracle and the Minotaur, I think that already put him in a very good spot. And again, it's so hard to shake off the Hayabusa and the Lancelot when they have iframes, when they're just darting around, and they deal so much damage.
Yeah, I feel like, again, this is why Mo is really adamant on seeing the Hayabusa, like hopefully getting to 3-star like we actually got to see here, but paired up really well with the Lancelot. And you see that the Lancelot Ling combo, but this time to get this win here, it was definitely the Hayabusa and the Lancelot working together. And like you said, Lancelot just becomes kind of this pseudo tank in a way, because of also that anti-harass and just being able to, the way he moves. And that's the iframes that Husky's mentioning here, but also just having the 6 heart bond. I don't think we didn't see anybody get to the 9 Mystic Now synergies. Maybe we will eventually through our rounds here, but as you mentioned too, the phase warper really coming in clutch here for Itagaki. Again, one of the players that was always neck and neck in yesterday's group B, against the winner of that group, Cinta. So Cinta very dominant yesterday, but ends up around the halfway point in that 5th place for game 1. But it's only game 1. We have plenty more rounds and more games to go here. So but interesting. I wouldn't have, even for Shadow QC, I expected him to perform well. He gets 2nd place here on this Minotaur commander that we usually end up seeing with a very meta build. The Defender Heartbond build that you're going to see time and time again.
Yep. And then I did say that, it's not 100% guarantee that he's going to win the whole game, but it will at least put him in a very good spot, and he just has a lot of residual health, so that even when he starts losing rounds eventually to Itagaki, he still was able to hold on for another 2 to 3 rounds and finish 2nd and get 7 points, which in the grand scheme of things is not too bad, because his entire composition just couldn't deal with this Hayabusa Lancelot that Itagaki spent a lot of time just collecting, because no one else was focusing on that. So sometimes it's these moments, right? I think last year we had a lot of focus on people wanting to go for 3-star Guinevere, 3-star Hanabi, and then other players, especially the Indonesians, started looking at the Valentina's 3-star as an answer, and those magic damage that can penetrate the backline without having to interact too much started becoming meta. The mage synergy plus Valentina. So I think, as this grand final progresses, there will be evolutions of what is prioritized. Whoever can find pieces that gets ignored, but is a counter to what's good, will eventually get the upper hand. And I think the Hayabusa might get a lot more attention down the road.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at the match overview now for our game 1, as you guys can kind of see a glimpse of what our players decided to go ahead and build out. Yeah, Moon, unfortunately, I just felt like he couldn't exactly get the momentum he was looking for here. Interestingly enough, too, because he picked up, the Kagura commander, and that usually, that's a defensive commander to go in and build in, and you should be able to go ahead and at least stay in the game a little bit longer. But in this case, just wasn't able to really utilize the game plan here. Same thing, even for Senzi T. I just feel like, we even saw him try to switch things out towards the end. But it was unfortunate, right? So I think for them, especially even Gron, again, he was pretty competitive, but just fell apart there towards the end. All our players here, though, so this is the thing. If you're tuning into Magic Chess for the first time, or you've just started watching, one of the things you do have to just kind of adjust to is the RNG factor of Magic Chess Go-Go. And that's why some of these, not just some, but a lot of the best players out there are so good reacting on the fly, on what they're given, whether that's the randomization of the items they get first or the Go-Go cards that they might be getting. They're able to go ahead and just adjust on the fly. And Itagaki Kanoe is one of those that does it really, really well, like we saw him do in game 1.
Yeah. And I think, just to follow up on Moon, I think one of the bigger weaknesses of running a main bruiser comp is that you are forced to interact with enemy front lines, and with the current meta, with Heartbond being a thing, and especially Heartbond being a thing, it makes it twice as hard for your bruisers to win rounds, because you not only have to worry about the front line, but if you can't finish the round fast enough, then you have to go for round 2. And sure, Bruiser doesn't really run out of steam, but you are running on borrowed time because you don't really ramp up. You start the round with sort of maximum power, and you're just hoping that brute force is good enough to win you the rounds and get a snowball going. And eventually, you might have to pivot off of it. But Moon full committed into it. He spent his whole fortune on it, and he just happened to run into 7 other players that have hard bonds. So pretty unfortunate.
Since you were casting Go 1, Husky, and maybe this will be more of a relevant question after we get through at least, like, let's say 3 games. How do you think this fares? Like, this season fares comparing to the last season we had, or at least the season that we had going through Go 1?
Or you mean like the meta?
The meta, yeah.
Yeah, I think this meta is definitely like slightly more flexible in a way. Again, like I said at the start of the show, the newly introduced synergies are sort of like upgraded versions of previous synergies, and there's a lot more reward to it when you actually hit it, but at the same time it also doesn't compromise you too much, right? I think it's worth investing in a lot more, but there are definitely favorites, and in this case, unfortunately, the heart bond is just too high in demand, and that's pretty natural, pretty normal for any auto battlers. But if I have to pick, I'd rather take the heart bond, being S tier we have now, than people are just gunning blindly for a 3-star Quinn like season 4. So this definitely does feel better in a way, because we had like 6 players that go heart bond, but in the end, a lot of them still got knocked out because of the variations of Google cards and the synergies that they have. The winner was a Mystic Male Heart Bond player, so I think that does, give us a bit of a wider reference pool.
I would say it's pretty varied. Like, there's such a variable happen now between the synergies that are actually capable of winning. Like, you'll see a lot of the same. I feel like you see a lot of the same strategy starts, like the way that you'll either get a couple early Heart Bond or you'll get a couple early Neo Beasts. Those are usually the big ones that pop up quite frequently in the early game, and then obviously as the game develops and depending on the carousel draws and the items that they're able to get, that's where you see all the pivots kind of happen here. So we'll go ahead into the drafting phase for our game 2. This time around, Moon's going to get the Minotaur. Then we actually have, what next? Whoa, we're actually going to see a Paquito. So Paquito is going to go in the hands of Senzi T. We did not see the Paquito at all yesterday.
Yep, we did not. You get a boxing glove as one of the ways to go for to hit some power spikes. And I think it's also a good time to just quickly explain how the drafting sequence work, right? Like from game 1 is randomized, but game 2 onwards, your drafting order depends on the position you finish by the end of game 1. So in this case, Moon finished last, so he gets to go first, and then we sort of go in reverse. So Itagaki, unfortunately, will have to be the last person to get to draft for his commander. The Alice also gets picked up. We have the Mia as well, the Layla for Itagaki, and it looks like a slightly different approach, right? Like for Shadow QC and Itagaki, they sort of have the same idea to try and snowball the early game because of what the commander does. It just gives you an extra punch in the early rounds.
Yeah, I don't know. I think like in for the most part, the Ruby is just really strong alongside the Minotaur. I think those are probably, at least for me, from what I've seen yesterday and not today, those are the 2 really strong ones. And then I'll throw maybe I'll throw Fanny in there too. Those are like the top 3 if I can remember right. The interesting thing is that Cinta is bringing out the Alice. This is what I was hoping for yesterday, and I saw it. I think it was like one of the last games that we saw yesterday, and unfortunately it did not win. If I recall right, it got 8th. So it'll be interesting to see it in the hands of Cinta, one of the masterminds right now in Magic Chess Go-Go, and how he decides to go ahead and play this out in the early game.
Yeah. Even for said ZT with the Paquito, that means that he's looking for very specific pieces so that he can use the boxing gloves on to hit, the 2-star, the 3 stars. Depending on the synergy that he goes for, if he goes into Heart Bond, which it does incentivize you to go down that route just because you have ways to duplicate your pieces, then the Kufra and Mia again will be the forefront of the conversation. But I think for Cinta himself as well, because he does have the Alice, that means that you sort of fast track your hero pieces leveling up. Like, you no longer need identical pieces. You can just get the 2-star when at your convenience.
How is the Paquito, like in terms of strength, like it's more of a tempo play, right? Because if you're even looking at it, you can see he already got that 2-star. I think it was a Benedetta that we saw from that frame there. But looking at Gron, this is, like I said, the Ruby. How's the Paquito in terms of tempo? Does it give him a better early start, or is it more so for a late game commander?
It feels more like a mid to late because the boxing gloves, you're looking for 3 and 4 costs, and even 5 costs, right? Because the Fist of Glory, while the first tier of the Paquito at round 2-1 and 3-1, you get a 3 gold and 4 gold boxing glove respectively, and you can only use it on hero with the same cost. And then later on, you get a 5 gold boxing glove. So definitely mid to late tempo. So if Senzi T can go on that win streak, you can start working on your 3-4 cost board, which coincidentally also coincides with your Kufra Mia board. And then when you hit that 5 cost, then that's where you can start looking at Lancelot with your 5 gold boxing gloves.
Yeah, we'll see how that does. Also, even with the Alice, for Cinta, like I mentioned, I like the fact that you can kind of play around her power, the gaze to go ahead and help it so that you can, I guess, star up. They're not really starring up. I guess they're just being consumed in a way, and you can get to that potential. What is it, 4-star? I think it is the max one. But we'll see if it ends up working here. Everyone just kind of finding their footing, obviously, at the early game. Even looking at our 2 Neo Beast runs right now with Cinta and Gron. I'm not sure if they're going to continue to just lose to get those points and then maybe pop the chest at 300. I think they wait for what they want to. That's why they also have the Scavenger, again, playing for the economy over here. Gideon is off to a great start, plus playing the Lancelot, so sitting at 100 HP, just building in. I think he's got a bit of a mix of synergies going on. He's actually going to be facing against Moon here. You can see he's got the Dujang out, so he's got the Soul Vessels going.
Yep. And even for Shadow QC, again, I sort of talked about how there's a chance that because he is going for this Mia, he's going for early tempo play, but it also works pretty well with the comp that he ran in the previous game, the Heartborn Kufra Mia, because he went for the Commander Gogo card of Mia, which if you take someone that you get a takedown, you restore 20% HP to an ally, which means that you make an already hard to take down front line even harder to take down, right? Like you keep topping them up. If he can hit the same sort of at the same comp with like the Minotaur and the Kufra, and supercharge this Mia like he did, then we can expect Shadow QC to end up in the top 3 again.
Yeah, that's such a deadly combination. Mia for Mia, basically. See what he ends up picking here in the carousel. Limit Pro is going to go grab the Barretts. I don't know if there's that much good for picking there for Shadow QC, but might just end up. Not sure if he's going to actually use the Terry Bogard. Okay, so Terry Bogard there. Still playing into his Mia. Now for Lungmat Pro, he's going to be switching into the Weapon Master with the Toy Mischief. The Toy Mischief was really fun to watch yesterday, man, because the Toy Mischief with the rockets and obviously like the toys that you get to equip, we did see it a lot on the Aulis. Like there were some plays going for the 3-star Aulis, and then you've got the 6 Toy Mischief synergy going. You got to see rockets flying everywhere. We also got to see the Ling. I believe that was even one of the highlights posted up on the Magic Chess Go-Go Instagram. There was just Lings flying around with the rockets all flying over the place. Another very strong synergy that can eventually be built out. But right now you can see there, you look at Shadow QC, just win streaking time and time again alongside Lungmat Pro.
Yeah. One of my favorite synergies is actually Toy Mischief as well. I think it's a very
fun
cool gimmick in a way, right? Like obviously there are RNG involved in the items that you get when you hit it for the first time, but if you invest enough into it and you actually hit the full Toy Mischief synergy, suddenly you get this massive power spike. But in this case, if Longmat Pro is already on a win streak, then there is slightly more incentive for him to keep going down that route. Because I don't think anyone else is looking at a Toy Mischief. That means he has free reign of it, except for Gron. But I feel like Gron is probably going to pull off that Toy Mischief pretty soon.
Yeah, and I believe he's already got, Longmat Pro's already got the 4 Toy Mischief. So we'll see. Gideon right now, going against here. He's got he's actually playing around the KOF synergy. Might not be able to win this because this is what we were talking about with Shadow QC with that Mia. So the damage is going to be coming through, especially with that Lunar Longbow. So unfortunately, he'll take the L here, Gideon, but still needs time to go ahead and build up. He's got a full board there that he can kind of work with, and he's going to be playing for the economy, of course, on that Lancelot commander.
Yep. Essentially having Mia as a commander and going for the Mia Go-Go card gives you the extra attack speed already when you don't have your golden staff, like how he did with the Minotaur, but you still have extra output because of your increased attack rate. But not to mention your commander itself deals percentage HP damage every time she fires, which helps you deal with enemy frontline. So you, even without items, you technically are working with a pseudo DHS, which is always good. That helps with the early tempo play, which is what we are seeing right now, right? This is going exactly to plan with Longmat Pro snowballing because he has the Fourth Point Mischief and Scavengers and Shadow QC, just because he is running almost the same comp with the Mia, but having the Mia commander as well.
Yeah, I'm taking a look. Let's see, after that creep round, we got the cards coming through. Cinta being at the lowest health, he went with the premium client, so he's going to get a chance to get a potential refresh. We've got Gron going with the steel front, so some defense. We'll see if that's enough to go ahead and keep them up. And over at top, the two that have been on the win streaks right now, they'll get a free refresh drop, the adequate stock for Shadow QC, and then Glorious Rogue getting that Claw Theft device for Longmat Pro. Cinta, again, it's, I don't know, man. I don't know if this Alice is cursed or what, but he's got some decent economy to play around with. I think he's going to eventually pivot into whatever he's planning here, because this just isn't it, right? What we're seeing on the board right now for him, this is not the eventual or the game plan, at least currently. So we'll see what he ends up going. He does go for the level up, so he gets the level. We'll see if he ends up changing anything as we go on through.
Eventually, he will have to decide on who to invest in, right? That's what the Alice is good for. You start up the hero that you want faster, but you also boost their stats if you get an identical copy. So contrary to having a Nana, he doesn't have that second chance, and now he's already halfway through his health pool and on a 3-round lose streak. So some important decisions need to be made, even for Moon, who also just dropped down to 69 health and trying to run the defender marksman build. Unfortunately, doesn't have a solid enough front line to deal with, to work in these rounds. And contrary to that, Gron this time basically investing a lot of that output into his Yuzong, giving the Ruby Sight to the Yuzong and having 4 bruises, and Yuzong also gets to trigger extra attack with the bruiser trait because of his passive, allows him to kind of chew through your front lines quickly if you don't have the right items.
So one of my favorites actually is using that. Like I said, Bruiser was one of my favorite, but the Yuzhong, because he actually, even just as a 1-star, he can actually do quite a bit. You get the right itemization on him, he's able to go ahead and tear through a lineup. So we'll see. Cinta's getting pretty low here. Has he decided to go ahead and invest just yet? I'm not sure if not quite.
No, I don't think he wins this round either. He doesn't have the right pieces. Like his Beatrix and Mia are 1-star, and he needs his economy as well, and so that means he can't afford to start rolling here. So he's trapped in a difficult spot. I think the next 1 or 2 rounds he needs to start finding pieces or deciding where he wants to go from this point onwards, because this is definitely not working out. His window of hitting the hard bond has passed, I think, a few rounds ago, because you already have players who have hit the piece. So Itagaki is one of it, but Shadow QC in particular, getting a majority of the hard bond chess pieces away.
This might be where the pivot comes from for Cinta. Let's see what he ends up picking. Is he going to go for the no, he's going to go for the KOF synergy. So he goes for KOF. See what he's been planning at all along. He is sitting at the level 7 commander. So Longmat Pro, grab the single control. Go ahead and grab that. Now at this point, unless something drastically changes, Cinta could be facing first elimination. which would be, quite a surprise. Again, just how strong he was showing things off yesterday. But again, there's plenty of rounds to go through. Over here for Itagaki, is he going to change? He's got Glory League. He's got the 4. I don't think he's going to change much more. He's holding on to quite a bit of gold too, so he still has time to go ahead and pivot. He's quite healthy here.
Yeah, he does have the Weapon Master Crystal, which he gave to the Beatrix, but sadly doesn't have the synergy activated, so it for now doesn't have the value just yet. But the Beatrix acting as a proxy, and it's a good enough proxy with the brute force and the retribution. He just needs to get rid of this cushion, this K, and he'll be good enough. And I think for the rest of the round, it'll be good to go. He does have the Ruby sight, so every single takedown helps reinforces that front line.
Yep, his Beatrix is going to be doing enough, so that'll get him in the round there against Gideon. Oh, you can see it happening here too. Sinta's going for a bit of a change. He's digging for something.
Yep.
He's wiping his board. Nearly wiping it. What is Sinta gonna do here? He's hunting in the shop, man, but I don't think it's going too well.
Yeah,
he was redrawing the cards too.
This could be the last round. Like he definitely wishes he had enough HP for one extra round, because then you will go into the creep round and get sort of like a buffer. Yeah. But this is the last resort. He's gonna throw everything onto a 2-star Roger and just pray it works. And right now against Gron, I feel like it could. It could. The Roger could be the key.
Yeah, this might actually work, especially with the items that he has.
The K took care of the back line.
Oh no. Yeah, that's not going to look good. Unless the Roger can clear this all out. He is pretty stacked up. Yeah, it is doable. 1v2 with the Roger, 1v3. Oh,
one more like
actually do it. Yeah, 1 more pounds gets it. Yep. Yeah, so what a change by Sinta, man. He's pivoted so many times doing this. Look at that. He went and put it all into the Roger and he made it happen.
Yeah, you can see in his camera, he lays back as well, because that was a stressful round. He had to invest everything. He's missing one Weapon Master synergy, which, in other cases would have made a difference. But it buys him 2 extra rounds, right? Like he has a creep round where he can get items and then get some econ going to build back up the bank again. Secret MVP was the K that he got as well. The 1-star K with no item, doing just enough to clear out that back line to really make sure that there's no artillery in that previous round that could threaten the Roger. I think the blade armor as well, giving that extra resistance for Sinta.
Yeah. What did he pick for his last card? Okay, he went with customized recruitment 2. The chance of finding a foreign cold card hero in the shop refreshes increases by 8%.
That's actually great, because he has premium
really
client.
Good. Yeah.
Now he can roll for a 3-star Roger. Well, and he is getting some of the Rogers.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I think no one is going for Roger. He might actually have a chance to 3-star it.
Yeah, he might. So he activates the 6 Weapon Master too. So.
Yep.
He's kind of just got to wait for the gold to come through. I know he's swapping some around here. He's got the 6 KOF now instead of the 6 Weapon Master.
I think it's a better approach, right? The 6 KOF stats you get to buff the Roger is a lot better, and he hits a 2-star Iori. Or it's almost at the 2-star Iori.
Okay.
This could work out.
Yeah, and this is up against Itagaki. Oof.
Yeah, this Roger is gonna rip through all of them. What a pivot.
This is what Sinta did yesterday, man. We saw him do this. He gets really, really low, but you can see, like you said, he's got a bit of a sigh relief. He's now found a bit of a comfort zone in this phase of the game. So definitely gonna have to keep an eye on Sinta. But Shadow QC has been pretty much unstoppable. He's still on that win streak right now, currently still playing. He has the Mia into the Mia, and the items of the Mia that he's got too are just great. So Gideon now, potentially, he's in position to get knocked out. Sitting on 6 HP. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to hunt for much more. For the board, he doesn't have too much, right? He's just got mostly the 2 stars. He's got the Farso with the Barretts there. putting some those key items on the Rafaela. We had this whole discussion yesterday about how, it's so weird to see Rafaela as like DPS right now, just pumping out damage. But we'll see if this ends up working for Gideon, as he's up against Shadow QC as well, of all people.
This he might have enough artillery to get through this round. The Rafaela and the Farsa, they actually are pretty good in dealing with a comp like this, because you could just blow up the back line without having to directly access it, and yeah, that's exactly what happened. So same as what the Hayabusa Lancelot we saw from Itagaki in the previous game.
Yep.
This sort of works the same, but with magic damage, right? It's like a bit of a callback to the Valentina strat to deal with the Hanabi Guinevere in Gold 1.
What was that synergy where you get the items? Was it Dawn?
The
Dawnbreaker or something? I think it was. I'm trying to recall. I think it was like Dawnbreaker. You would get like lightning, with the Valentina, and she would just go crazy with the lightning bolts.
Yep. Was it Dawn? I think it's that.
I think it was Dawnbreaker or something.
Something like that.
Dawn something. Yeah.
I wonder if Gideon locks it. Yeah. Like a lot of people will lock their shops right now because he has all the pieces that he's looking for, but fortunately he will have to choose what's most important for him. He has a Ruby and a Rafaela sitting in his shop, just no gold to buy any of them.
He probably wants, he'll get it here before so he'll probably pick up the Raf, depending on how this goes against Gron. He should win this one, or do you, because there's no Farsa in the shop, so
yep.
He should win this again. Farsa. Oh no, he's actually in trouble. Oh,
Gron.
Unfortunate.
I think Gron has the 6 glory league, so it's one of those few synergies that all those skills for you. Like the longer the round goes on, the stronger you become. You are literally you will basically playing time attack against glory league. They stack up shield and they stack up damage, and I think the fact that you get the best of both worlds every second. Some might call it busted,
Yeah. It's the long game within the game, basically. We lost 3, so we're down to 5. Cinta, what did Cinta end up picking up? Did he get the Benedetta? Yeah, he went with the Benedetta. So he's got the buffed up Alice version of the Benedetta. So he used his gaze, the Abyssal Gaze for it. So his Abyssal Gaze is on the Roger and the Benedetta. And then, of course, the Yori Yagami. So he's rocking a pretty good, solid lineup with this. And then, of course, you got the Mortal Rival synergy to help with a little bit of extra damage coming through, and even that damage reduction. But he's still playing into the fact that you have this KOF lineup, essentially. We'll see how it plays against the Lungmat Pro. He's been pretty strong, man. Lungmat Pro's got this figured out, but it's him to make it happen. Oh, really, really close here.
He can.
Benedetta, though, is just shredding, man.
Good God, this Benna is too strong. Like, again, has iframes, has a spell vamp. That almost was something.
Who would have thought? And this is what I said yesterday, Husky. I was like, who would have thought a 3-star Alice would be so strong?
Alice hits like a cannonball when he's 3-star and has all the Toy Mischief items, because the items they give you stats, sure, but Toy Mischief synergy itself also gives you hybrid defense.
It's that Kagura shield too, man. Like, it's
that
so
too,
good.
Like hybrid. What was it? It gives you a shield, yeah, and then the shield value increases like 140% of your HP. And then the Toy Mischief synergy gives you hybrid defense, and then he basically just waits for, like in boxing, where instead of going for like quick jabs, you just wind up with every punch.
Wait for the haymaker.
So that's what Alice does, just haymakers you.
Oh man, that's gonna be. I don't know if anyone's gonna be able to beat Lungmat Pro with that. Let's go ahead and take a look at Gron here, up against the Moon, up against Shadow QC. Still playing into that Mia. He can't get to the backline Mia just yet, but he's got a pretty tanky front. The Ruby's going to go ahead and maneuver over to that side, so that might be enough to go ahead and clear this out. Even with a Benedetta just kind of on the battlefield, the Heart Bomb's going to proc, but it looks like it's actually going to be just really good for Gron. as this Ruby is just taking up so much. So Shadow QC takes another hit. You can see between our 3 players here, other than Lungmat Pro, the 4th one sitting at 91, anybody could get knocked out for the next round.
Shadow QC has ran out of steam. Just not enough damage on the Mia. It feels like a wet noodle fight. I think the Mia has like the Defender Power Crystal, the Lunar Bow, the Sea Halberd, and the Haas Hor. Usually the Sea Halberd is better off on someone else. You want consistent output like on hit, DHS, Berserker's Fury, maybe didn't find an item. Hopefully he finds it here, because if you could put the Sea Halberd on someone that can, on someone else, maybe like the Beatrix, right? Someone like a Lancelot frontline that can apply that AoE and have better damage output that helps you shred.
Yeah.
Then maybe he would have a chance, because he's starting to lose steam, and that's very common with Mia commander players. You snowball early on and you try to get a lead as big as possible, so that even when you lose, you don't lose too horribly.
Yeah.
But we can see that the gas is running out.
That's why we were saying, when we saw this, like, it's so meta, the Mia combo with the Minotaur and the Kufra, so meta. But you get to a late game version of this, the defender synergy shouldn't be winning, and most of the synergies figure something out to deal with it. That's kind of what happened. But still, Shadow QC with that and this kind of synergy, what we have said is it pretty much almost gets you to a top 4 finish, which in the long game with how our grand finals is going to be working could be kind of the move here. Now Itagaki, we're going to be looking at him if he's able to go ahead and survive. Once again, utilizing this Roger here. This time, pretty good damage with his Benedetta and the Roger, plus that Ruby. So Itagaki will go ahead and stay on through even after that comes through. Gron going to be bowing out here as we are now down to 3 for game 2.
Yeah, Itagaki, another top 3 finish.
2 HP on Shadow.
Now I'm ready for those cursed
So close. Yeah, top 3 again for Itagaki. The Ruby, having the Ruby that has the Ancient Wrath equipped.
Yeah.
So you basically draw some of the enemy chess pieces away from your board at the start of the round, and then Ruby gets to easily move to the backline as well. So you not only sort of distract the enemy tanks, but they also cannot kill you, which is a big thing. But also something very important to point out for Lungmat Pro is that on top of his 6 Toy Mischief synergy, he also has the Mischief Gachapon, which means that you get an extra Toy Mischief equipment, and every single Toy Mischief equipment equipped on a hero gives you more attack, more stats. So those Haymakers could easily be a KO punch with every swing.
Yeah, and we'll see if anyone's going to be able to do anything against Lungmat Pro. But right now, as we're looking at Shadow QC, he has that Mia popping off this time again in the back. Will he be able to get through this? There's some shields. His front line's still pretty tanky, utilizing that heart bond too, and he might be able to just go ahead and pull this off. The Mia still trying to pump out the damage here, but this Benedetta just with a sliver of health will get the Electro Final blow off to proc the heart bond. So the Mia's going to be back up, and that is going to come through. What a timing to use that heart bond to utilize the win here. And we're down to Lungmat Pro and Shadow QC.
Oh, I can't believe it. The Kufra was actually the MVP, because the Kufra got full mana in the last second and killed off the Benedetta.
Yeah.
Because I think if the Benedetta lived, this round would have been over for Shadow QC, and Itagaki will be at like 15 points. And even then, he still finished 3rd place, which places him at 14 points by the end of round 2. 4 points away from unlocking the condition to win the final. So, not too shabby, but now the biggest boss lies ahead. Is Lungmat Pro with his 3-star Aulers and basically a decked out Toy Mischief synergy. I think there might be a chance, as long as the splash damage don't just kill off the front lines quickly.
Yeah, this is going to be a close one. We'll see. Lungmat Pro did lose his last. Shadow QC dealing with this Barrett's here up front. He's going to go ahead and get changed here too. That Mia just being such a big part of this damage, part of this lineup. He's going to work on the Harith. Meanwhile, the tanks just up on the front side. But the Mia get really close here. Does have a Haas Claws though. So keeping Mia alive, it looks like they might be able to make it happen. Heartbond, very close.
Oh, every time the Aulers swings the axe, he
It's just boom.
takes out like 20% of the tank's HP, and then he shoots rockets all over. Yeah, this match was pretty much almost a done deal when he hit that 3-star Aulus with the Mischief Gachapon and the 6 Toy Mischief synergy. Is one of those games where you are destined to win, but still, second place finish for Shadow QC, third place finish for Itagaki. They are still in the running, in a very good spot, in fact.
Yep, getting closer to at least the magic number right now. Again, the 18 points is what the players are. Ideally, that's the first step anyway. The first step is those 18 points. That's where they want to get through for the grand final. And then once they get to the 18-point marker, they need to win the next game, right? So still got a few rounds at least here in play, and I think even in a sense, I'm kind of surprised with how some of the results are falling in after game 1 and game 2, Husky, because I feel like even for just the players who dominated yesterday in their own respective groups, you've seen them, but I think this is why I was asking you earlier. I think this is just part of the strategy, right? Depending on what commanders you want to bring to the table, because you have these couple early games. Some obviously went with the power picks right away as we look at the highlights here, but before we enter game 3, I think that's where we start to see maybe a switch up happen, maybe a bit of even a game plan, because even, for example, like the Alice from Sinta, I wasn't expecting to see the Alice this early on anyway. And even like we talked about with the Paquito, man, I don't think the Paquito ended up working out the way that it wanted to when it was picked up.
Yeah, because some of these commanders have reliance on you hitting the right pieces, and it doesn't really give you any innate boost. Like, for example, if you have the Layla like Itagaki, right? Like your commander is literally acting like a second hero piece that deals damage. The Mia as well is a constant throughout the entire round. The Kagura that gives you extra shield. And unlike those, when you go for like Paquito, when you go for like Alice, like Diggy, you're reliant on hitting the right pieces because your commander doesn't innately give you extra stats. And if you cannot get those pieces, you put yourself at a disadvantage, and that's why Sinta had to basically sell his whole asset to find that rebuild to survive for a bit longer. And it was pretty fortunate that he was able to hit the right pieces, but didn't carry him as far as he would have liked, even when the Alice is there to boost that piece.
Is there a non-meta commander that you're hoping to see at least here in the grand final for season 5, since you've seen so many different combinations, man? I mean, even back in Go 1, was there any like surprise commander that maybe surprised you back in Go 1, or at least you might want to hope for here in season 5 as we look at the match overview?
I think the biggest surprise for Go 1 at least was there are certain players that go for the Yuzong. Like Cyril Mertens was one of the few that goes against the grain every time. Like he's the only guy that plays Yuzong. But if I have one that I want to see, I want to see Gushin.
You want to see Gushin?
Yeah, I want to see Gushin. I think I don't think actually Gushin or Loi. I think these two. Personally, I think I want to see Loi because Loi was a thing back in Gold 1. Yeah. It gives you a good tree cost, and back in Gold 1, a lot of the tree costs are essentially good. Like if you just so happens to Loi just pops out a Minotaur for you, you're guaranteed 2 stars Minotaur, and we know how strong Minotaur can be. And it builds into Glory League, it builds the defender. It's great if you go for hard bonds. So Loi or Gushin are definitely the choices that I'm looking at.
Mine was Alice. So I've seen her yesterday and now today, and it just unfortunately didn't work out. So maybe I should stop playing the Alice commander. Actually, I just play Alice because it's Alice, and I'll leave it at that. If you know, you know. Now, Lungmat Pro, this is his champion lineup here for game 2. Obviously, very strong. I mean, the Kagura commander alone, very defensive. You get that shield that really works out. And, I feel like he just... The Aulus now, man. Like, this was my surprise synergy yesterday, seeing this in motion. The 3-star Aulus with the 6 mystery. I think I even mentioned this when it started to happen. And I was like, oh my goodness, Husky, we saw this last night. And that also, the other variation of that would be like with the Ling, for example. But here's also an update of the points right now. We've got 3 players at 14 points. So potentially Lungmat Pro, Itagaki, Kanoi, and Shadow QC, depending on how Game 3 goes for them, they'll get in that key position of 18 points, depending on their finish here. Obviously, any of them could end up in 8th or 7th place and do it yet, but definitely for Senzi T and Moon, they need to have a game for themselves here in Game 3.
Yeah, and I think it's not that hard to achieve that 18 points. They just have to make sure that they're in top 4 for the next round, right? Whether you win or lose, as long as you are from 1st to 4th place, you're guaranteed a minimum of 18 points. 4th place being a cutoff because you only get 4 points, and then 5th place will put you 1 point away. So there is already can aim for at least for the top 3, and they have been the constant top 3 in the past 2 rounds, and really setting themselves apart from everyone else. So in theory, they have a bye round, right? Like if they do finish top 4 next round, round 4 is where they will try to look to close it out, because no other players, even if they win round 3, will be at 18 points. And that's why I say it. You bring out your best picks in the first 2 to 3 rounds. You get to 18 points and you start to chase that win.
I mean, I would have just assumed that, a lot of these players here, especially the ones that have been playing just competitively for so long now, like their commander pool is pretty deep, and the strategies that come with it. Because again, I asked Mo this, like, because the idea is like, how much does the commander really affect the overall gameplay, And I think it really depends on your strategy. It really depends on, and that's why if you go into the game, you can see they're all kind of divided in their own little category on how they affect, or at least the concept of you approaching your game. So the impressive thing is when you some of these commanders picked up, and then how the players choose to play around what the commander provides. I think that's the deep thing we look at here, and just how much a commander could potentially affect the game.
Yeah, and it also affects sort of like the pace you want to play at, right? Like we say, we did discuss on how tempo really matters. We saw in round 1. In fact, there is quite a bit of contrast between round 1 and 2 in the early war. Plenty of Soul Vessel and Hard Bond for round 1, but for round 2. A lot of these players actually just go for Hard Bond Scavengers, and they completely omit the Shadow Vessels, the Soul Vessels, maybe because they did. But
no one's like this. No one likes the Soul Vessels, man.
I mean, it's sort of a gimmick, you get an extra piece, but that piece needs other pieces to empower it, and you need to invest items into it. I think it's a lot more effective back in the Gold 1 era than it does now, unfortunately. Like, it probably gets you through the early game, but because of Hard Bond, like, why would you go for Soul Vessels when the when his sexier older brother Hard Bond is around?
Yeah, basically at this point, so we're gonna see again. Is that that's the PNK that's coming through. We've still got the Angelas that'll eventually come out here. What else? The Karina, Guinevere. So I hope we get, what I'm really hoping for is that we do get to, let's say, the Game 7s, Game 8s, because that's where we see the more unique commanders being picked up here. Even so, we're going to see, what's this? The Guinevere's there, the Ruby, of course. This time the Ruby's going in the hands of Itagaki Kanoi. Again, the players that are sitting at 14 points, too, is something you want to watch out for, because Lungmat Pro, being at 14, if he's able to go ahead and get himself a solid finish once again, especially with a Minotaur, he's going to be in a really good position going into Game 4 eventually. So very strong. We also had there's the Popo and Koopa that was picked up by Moon. One of the more common commanders we saw back in Go 1. So let's see.
I mean, Karina is also quite a popular popular commander pick back in Go 1, just because you get to snowball, right? Like you get to basically execute hero pieces in the early game, and then it gives you the econ lead, and then you start building up your pieces, and your carry basically becomes that core piece that's going to get you through until stage 3. So seeing the Karina, let's bring back some of those Gold 1 memories, and
Bring out the
there
Harley.
are heroes that fit very well on it. Yep.
Do you like the Harley?
The Harley, I mean, Harley to me feels like a gimmick commander, but I wouldn't mind seeing it every once in a while. You know, open a 5-card shop, why not?
Yeah. That's why I was saying I'm hoping we get to, to actually go the distance here and end up seeing how many unique commanders can get brought up. So let's see what ends up happening here. Early stages, the go cards. I don't think there's anything. Yeah, we did actually. So we got a Moskov going up for Gron. So he's going to go ahead and get a little bit of extra heroes here. We do have the Soul Vessels being up by Shadow QC. Anything else? Let's see. PNK. Yeah, the Xylon going over to Gideon.
So Shadow QC has the Angela, which could allude to a good hard bond or weapon master comp. That extra shield is always great. It's another variation of the Aweless Haymaker that we saw from Long Mac Pro, if he gets to build into it.
Yep.
But now that I've given it some thought, if I really want to see a commander that ignores meta and is just for the sake of it, I want to see that Lilia. So I remember back in season 3, like when Lilia was first released, it was everywhere. People just cheese all the way because you consume your whole shop, but you hit your power spike so quickly. If people don't know how to deal against it, they just win the round, just win the game. Bit of an annoying gimmick, but sometimes it's a way to have fun with the game.
I think gimmicks for me, if you want to call them gimmicks, if you want to take a risk, a little more risky play, or if it's the commander, if it's your strategy, that's how I like to play Magic chess, man. I mean, it might not always work out, and that's why when I came into when I saw the Toy Mischief synergy actually be introduced into the game, I thought it was so fun. It was so fun to actually just play, but also just to watch, like effects wise, and everything else. I think it's very it's a different approach, basically. And if you've been playing Magic Chess for a while now, ever since it was just an app within an app, it's nice to see these more unique synergies actually being utilized, especially here in competitive play.
Yep. The even for like the Toy Mischief is actually also one of my favorite synergies when it was first introduced. Like I would just roll down so that I could get the synergy. It was my replacement for the Northernville Bruisers, which was basically a pop stomper, right? Back in the earlier days, you supercharge your Masha with the Bruiser synergy. You give her Northernville, and she just tears through everyone because it does true damage. So tank items don't really matter. Yeah. Toy Mischief, takes that and puts it in a better place. That it doesn't feel like you're helpless. It doesn't feel like, oh, I built a front line, but my front line dies anyways because the enemy does damage that ignores my resistance. In this case, I wonder if at any point, I feel like one of the synergies that probably needs a bit of a reintroduction or
revamp,
some tweaks or revamp would be Beyond the Clouds. At least not in season 5. At least in season 5, because season 4 Beyond the Clouds is pretty good with mages and stargazers. Again, the Valentina loves Beyond the Clouds because you just one-shot everyone, and it's a good answer to the Guinevere and Hanabi. But in season 5, it definitely has fallen off because it in terms of value, it takes too long to really ramp up.
To build up, yeah. It's such a ramp up, and there's just not enough ramping happen. Unlike, for example, like the Neo Beast, when we see the Neo Beast, which surprisingly we don't see much at all in this one, but that's also a bit different than what we saw in the semifinals, where players were going with Neo Beast and they were purposely losing those rounds up until almost sometimes the mid game to get that 300-point Neo Beast chest, and then they would pivot into their game plan. So we haven't seen that just yet. I'm wondering if some of that strategy will be saved for later on once we get to like the crunch time here for the rounds. But right now it's just a pretty safe start in a way. You can see Gideon obviously taking a ton of damage. I just don't think he's found what he's looking for. He is going to be playing into that scavenger, just kind of searching for what he wants to build. Again, with a Karina too, you can see he has the potential for Gideon here to turn things around, but Looking at Sen. Sen with the Guinevere? Yeah, the Guinevere. Pretty solid start, though. Glory League 4 already. But we might lose this one over to Garon. Unless they're able to... Yeah, he can't keep the game going on too long just yet in that Glory League. So, even though he's got that Beatrix, it's just not enough.
Yep, the front line hasn't been built up just yet. So slightly unfortunate. Even for Gideon, running with the Karina, unfortunately, the Karina item was put on the Saber, and not really the best holder.
Yeah.
In my opinion, sure he does damage, but Saber is pretty susceptible to getting bursted down. And in the previous round, he was basically, I think he went up against. Was it Itagaki? He went up against someone with the toy mischief, someone with a jawhead. So the jawhead was basically just bounce housing the Saber until the Saber went down. So it didn't really get the full impact of the Karina, which is unfortunate because you want to snowball, but he is doing the opposite of that, right? On a 5-round lose streak.
Yeah. We'll see what these last choices for the second go cards will be after this group round too. Let's see. Any major ones? Yeah, just got some economy going for Moon. Got the Clawed Theft device for Gideon. I'm not sure if he's actually going to pivot now here too. He's going into, it looks like, Heart Bond with Swift Blade. Still keeping the Scavenger there, holding on to his 37 gold right now, not leveling up either just yet. So definitely not what he wants just yet. Could be waiting for that next carousel round to pop up. And then we'll see what Gideon decides to do. There is a chance also, just because he's running the Karina, that once he finds what he wants, and he's got those blades that can help him out, could be pretty a big turnaround later on. Cinta sitting at top, of course, still working on things with this Fanny commander of his.
Did go for the Zilong commander card, so there might be room for him to go into KOF in the late game, or Weapon Master, maybe like a Lancelot Benedetta. Benedetta sounds okay. Even the Hayabusa, right? Because you get extra attack chances, and you're just looking to execute your enemies as fast as possible. Then he does have the Clawed Theft device, which acts as sort of like a buffer when you're behind, because it gives you the best in slot, the BIS for your heroes, but at the same time buffs their damage by 15%. Just an extra boost in the power. But I think Gideon right now is relying mostly on the Scavenger to continuously have decent econ to work with, but then he's trading his health every single round for it.
Sometimes you just gotta go for it, man. If he's gonna trade his health in these early rounds. That's why I think that the big carousel round is gonna be crucial for Gideon, at least for now. He's going to continue to lose these unless he can actually win this one against Sen. But Lungmat Pro is still dominant right now. We've seen this so many times. It's just going to be the Mia, the Kufra up in the front doing their thing. He's got good items too. Like, that's the thing, because he's able to go ahead and enhance the correct items early on with the Minotaur, especially for his Mia. And even his Kufra is tanky enough with the enhanced items that he's got. So now looking over here, I'm not sure still if we're gonna see Senzi T actually go to his full fruition with his lineup. He's still holding on to the KOF. For Shadow QC, what's he got going here? Yep, Weapon Master Defender right now. Having a look at what everyone else is doing too. So we still got two players, Cinta and Sen, holding on to those second go-go cards. They haven't picked those just yet.
Yep, and I think they're not in a rush to do that, thankfully, just because they, Cinta is in a very comfortable spot. So, and that makes the holding onto the go card even better, because you can adapt to what the enemies are doing. He's gonna lose this round, unfortunately. The Luminexus doesn't do enough with the Stargazer. Mia just too strong. Longmat Pro having Haas Claw and the DHS basically means that it's going to take twice as much effort to take the Mia down, but she's also actively cutting down your front line with the max HP damage, the percentage HP damage.
Yeah. All right, we're jumping into carousel. Let's see. This is a big one for Gideon, I'd say. He's going to go for the capacity. So I wonder if he's got enough economy to go ahead and help him change now, like pivot at this point, because he doesn't want to get too risky. I mean, he's already at 33 HP. So I think it has to happen here. So I really want to see what Gideon ends up doing after this carousel. Everyone grabbing the items that they needed here. What does he have? Yeah, he's got the... Okay, so he's got a Benedetta. Damage could be good. Benedetta Ruby. What else has he got? He's going to go ahead and sell.
Yep. I think for Gideon, yeah, still looking for a way out of this. The 4 heart bond. Yeah, he does have the Benedetta, which was what I talked about earlier on, right? Like you do have a way to play with the Benedetta because of the Xylong Spear, the Great Dragon Spear, and the Twin Blades. And he has the War Axe, so once that Benedetta should get him through some of these, some of the next few rounds until he hits a 2-star, which would drastically increase his power. But yeah, the Mia again, this heart bond, man. Might need some number changes soon.
It was just unfortunate that Gideon had to go against Lungmat Pro there, but the idea is now there. I think he just, obviously he needs some more economy to work with. Cinta, let's see, Cinta's doing... He's fine up at top. I'm not sure if he even really needs to change much. He does have the Lancelot now, which is great. Because even that base Lancelot just able to pump out damage. He's going to go for some selling here. Sit around. I don't think he's... There you go. Picked up the Florin. So he's still going with that game plan. He's going to keep playing into his Beatrix, at least for now. Swapping some items over to the Lancelot, though. The Scythe Berserkers and the Inspire. So we'll see how this plays up. Up against... What's he playing against? Shadow QC.
Yep. Even here, yeah, this should be an easy win for Shadow QC. Lancelot still not strong enough, sadly. The threat is the enhanced attack, especially, right? Like, sure, he he gets to defend himself. I think 10% max HP, but the enhanced attack is what matters. And he has a BOD, so yeah, you might be a Lancelot, but all he needs is one good hit. Oof. Unfortunate for Gron there.
Yeah, close one for Gideon. Gideon's been holding on at this point, man. That's why I said that was unfortunate when we got back from that carousel. The first thing he had to go against was Lungmat Pro, but the concept is there. Here comes the pickup for the third round of Go-Go cards. So Gideon goes and gets the shop refreshes, so he's going to be hunting in the shop now. Cinta still hasn't picked up his second. Might hold on a little bit longer. No rush for it. Everybody else either getting the gold. We got a little bit of attack and defend. And yeah, the trust fund. Trust fund over here for Moon. So creep round. We'll see how they handle it.
Yeah, get some extra money in. Cinta feeling so comfortable. Still not needing to pick the Go-Go card. In fact, still sitting on the first one, which is the best situation you can be in. But Lungmat Pro, he's still looking unstoppable. And the fact that I just wanted to say he's... prior to that round being over, he was still holding on to the Scavenger. So and it's reflected in his economy, right? He had 47 gold. Now he's going to start rolling down and getting the pieces that he wants. And he has 6 defenders already. So another classic defender, Love Bond, Kufra, Mia comp. And I think he has the... he has the attack and defend as well. So crowd control effects last shorter on them, and he gets the adequate stock. So free reroll every round. Again, Lungmat Pro set up for success.
That's what I was saying when we started today, man. When you mentioned the Heart Bond and the Mia, I was like, oh, you're gonna see it plenty of times. You know, seems to just be one of those staples. Like Mo mentioned, it's the current Guinevere. Currently, but for this one, Moon, oh no, okay, Moon getting through that closely. We see this happening though, man. It's getting dicey. Senzi T is sitting at 8. Gideon still has been at 20. He's been relatively good back-to-back now. Win streak. Lungmat Pro, no one has an answer for, which is a little scary because Lungmat Pro now, from game 2 to now game 3, He's been pretty dominant, man. And so this one's definitely going to get him, at least in this, at this pace, it's going to get him beyond the 18 points that he needs to be in potential to win the next game and get a championship here. So we'll see, though. There's still good contenders between Itagaki and Shadow QC as well. Even up at the top, you've got Sinta doing much better. Needs to go ahead and get some points locked in here. We saw him perform so well yesterday. Now for Sen, is this going to be his last round up against Gran? It's getting really close. He's relying on the Valentina here, but there's a winner crown. It's going to be popped, and unfortunately, even with the other winner crown, can his K do it? Oh, unfortunate for Sen ZT as he has to bow out first.
That was just unlucky because Gron had the exact same idea.
Yeah.
Going for the KOF, the 6 KOF with the 6 KOF with the, what's the Valir again? The Kyo Kusanagi. But what he's lacking right now is a proper front line, or at least items to hold the front. So he's relying on the rest of the KOFs to just stall, an extra 2 to 3 hits so that the Kyo and Valentina can start ramping up. But you can see even the Valentina and the Rafaela having war axes on them. So the item's definitely a bit off. So that might be a bit of an issue as the game progresses. But at least the top 3 are almost the same, right? Except for Itagaki, who is having a slightly tougher time. But again, all he needs is to finish top 4 and he will be within range of winning the whole thing by round 4. Or having a chance to win at least.
Yeah. Shadow QC, very quick one, but man, it's the Mia from Lungmat Pro. It's not going to be stopped in this one. At least Shadow QC will take a hit. So we're in this section now as Gideon has to bow out. Two players down. We're left with 6. We're going to go jump into a carousel. But you can see, this is why I was talking about that. This is very reminiscent of our group of death that we had yesterday with Group B. Very close. Capacity picked up by Shadow QC. Capacity as well for Gran. Moon goes Claude device. Bruiser for Sinta. Lungmat Pro will get a little defense with the Dom Ice. See if anything's there. Good enough to change. Grom could potentially be the next to go down. He's got the 10 out of 10. Still playing into KOF. Is he going to switch anything around here? Doesn't have any gold, unfortunately. So I think he's just got to play with this.
Ideally, if you can get the Dauntless up, at least you get slightly more shield, but he doesn't have that. So he will put the Oracle and the Aegis on his K, so that at least when the round starts, his damage dealers get an extra shield. And he's thinking about where the K should go, or just put the Oracle in the back line. I think this one makes a lot more sense, so that you don't really compromise the K and having him walk up. But he's going to start right in front of a Ruby that taunts him up. So it might not matter too much, as Itagaki just has a way stronger comp right now. Unless this Iori can chew through all of them with this AoE, it might look possible though. But the revive from the Ruby, is it enough?
Oh, is it enough? Oh, it is enough.
Oh, it is.
Wow, what a turnaround too.
Wow,
the
that's
Kyo
Spellvamp.
Kusanagi, man. Yep.
The Spellvamp of the Ice Queens 1. It's giving Shadow QC giving Gron a fighting chance there against Itagaki.
Yeah, we got some switching happening here. He's got the 3-star Fred, Kufra. This is, let's see what Shadow QC wants to do with this. He's got no more gold to move around, so I don't know. I don't think he has much now. I mean, he's just playing into the Weapon Master 6, but relying on the Fred. We've seen Fred do some crazy things before. Sitting at 3 stars with the Kufra. Up against Sinta. He's going to get kicked in the head multiple times.
2 times.
Unfortunately, with the Yori, man. Just taking out who he wanted to play into. So Sinta will do quick work. Heart Bond going to be there. Kufra just doing what he can. But this should just be a clear out. And that's just going to be it. Shadow QC is going to have to go ahead and face the clean animations coming through from Sinta.
Oh man, Shadow QC bowing out is 6th place, so only getting 16 points when this round ends. So no 18 for him, which means the odds for Lungmat Pro and Itagaki to hit 18 points increases. All they need is one more person to get knocked out. In this case, Gron looks like the most possible one to lose next. And Lungmat Pro and Itagaki will have a chance to win by round 4. The 6 bruises and the Iori, kind of nasty there, really one-shotting a Fredrin that would have had the ability to one-shot the Iori in return. And not to mention, I think he supercharged his Edith as well, so when she pops out from the her mech,
Primal Wrath, yeah.
the Primal Wrath, she became another range carry. And he's gonna hit another Edith too. Again, no one's contesting the Edith, so if the round goes long enough and he keeps winning, he might hit a 3-star Edith.
See if he hits it here at Itagaki. Take a look at what he's got going on. Doing the Rafaela move here alongside the Kyo Kusanagi like we just mentioned, but did he do a switch around? Yeah, so he did a little. So his Kyo's got the Winter Crown now, and then the Rafaela's got the Ice Queen.
Yeah, this Ruby is going to be important. You know who she taunts up. Unlike the previous round, this Ruby doesn't have as much spell vamp. So the survivability does go down, and it all hinges on having this Kyo pump out damage. The Winter Crown, unfortunately, not enough of a distraction, and yeah, this Primal Wrath, it is going to work again. Itagaki, just at the 20, just enough to knock him out, so he's gonna fall short, which means only Lungmat Pro will hit 18.
That's great for the other 4. You know, so he does, Itagaki does hit 18. So he's at 18.
So it means that, wait, so Itagaki took a flat 20. How much did... We have to check later on after this, right? Yeah, we have to check. It's just a little bit. Itagaki does hit 18. So that means that... 18. So Gron took a lot more excess damage because he only has 1 health. That is pretty unfortunate.
Yeah, unfortunate there. Lungmat Pro, though, with this Minotaur, like we've been talking about, he's got this built in. I'm not sure if he's going to change much more there, too. We got to see if Moon can survive this now. Let's take a look at Moon running the Stargazer. Pretty good, solid front lineup. And this is going to be against Lungmat Pro, so good synergy here, too, with the Farsa, able to go ahead and pump out quite a bit of damage, utilizing that front line. It's just so beefy and actually going to be enough to work through. So that'll be a nice take. Moon able to pop off on this P&K as he does that final blow to Lungmat Pro. But Lungmat Pro should also be above that 18-point threshold now. He's going to be sitting at 20. So we're down to our last 2 players, Cinta and Moon. Both of them really needed this round. If Cinta gets this, then he'll be sitting at 16 points. Obviously for Moon, he's in a really good position to get closer to that 18-point mark if he finishes here in first place. So he's still got a lot of ground to cover, though, man. Sitting at 3 points. Moon's had a phenomenal game 3 under his belt. Can he end it here in a top place finish?
Cinta at least has a 2-round buffer before he's put in kill range. So some opportunity there, but there is a 3-star Cyclops on the side of Moon. Pretty interesting that this game 3, most of the players ended up with a mage board, except for Cinta, who goes for 6 bruises. And with the bruiser Edith too. I don't think it's going to be enough, sadly. The magic damage from Moon can be quite a problem. But there is a way out of this, because earlier on, Gron was the only other player that has the Edith, and now that he's out, all the Edith are freed up. And Cinta has some good econ to work with at Commander level 9. Now, with some decent rolls, he might be able to get to the 3-star Edith. 3-star Edith, with the downside that he doesn't have any go-go card that facilitates that. So if he hits another 3-star 5 cost, it would be a callback to yesterday where he wins a game just because of that.
Yeah, is he going to actually go for this Edith then? Or just like you mentioned, you have... Yeah,
There's the Yuzhong too.
Yep, the Yuzhong. I think he's going just for the 3-star Yuzhong if he can. I mean, he's got 24 gold to work with. Meanwhile, Moon, doesn't have much more economy left, but Moon's lineup's been pretty solid. He actually did the last blow to Cinta. Goes for the Exorcist here, switches things around. could be playing for it in the next one. Let's see if this is enough for Cinta to knock out Moon. Again, he's going for that Farsa and the Esmeralda up in front, so it's going to be doing a lot. Another kick comes through. Oh, this might be enough. Moon, holding on. There you go. After that, Moon will go ahead and do some more damage. It brings it down to 1. 9 HP here left for Cinta. Moon has been on a win streak. He's been making this synergy work that we haven't seen too much of. Like, again, it's not often. Even yesterday, we didn't see too much of this Stargazer Dauntless combination work.
Yep, and here comes the hard roll. One more Yuzong piece. That's all he needs.
Oh, even for Moon, man, all he needs is another Farsa.
Yeah, he's starting to clear his board.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. This is going to be very close. He needs that Yuzong piece right now. He's not coming.
Yeah, it's not coming.
Oh, got it. He got it.
Oh!
Right on time.
He got the 3-star. Oh, he got the 3-star. It's going to come down to this.
But there's a 3-star Esmo on the other side. I'm not sure if this Yuzong is enough, though. Yeah, it's Yuzong against the wall. It is the Exorcist. It can come back to life.
It can come back, yeah. There's the winner crown. Popping off. Nope, that's not going to be enough, man. There you go. Man, talk about the work Moon did through this. Cinta's going to get the second place finish. Moon coming through on the PNK. Again, one of the commanders we only got to see once yesterday, so congratulations there. For Moon, was sitting at 3 points. So now at least with this win, getting him a solid 8 points, get him closer to the 18. He has still some ground to cover, but well played right there by Moon. So our top 4 for that one, Moon, Cinta, Lungmat Pro, and Gran. And we got a couple players sitting at the 18 plus mark, man.
Yep, so far it's just 2. It's Itagaki, I think, Itagaki and Lungmat Pro.
Yep.
So those two, as long as they win any round after this, any game after this, they are going to be crowned as the champions. Pretty unlucky for Shadow QC. He was 1 point away, so that means he needs to play a minimum of 2 more rounds to win the whole thing. And if I've seen crazy developments like at Gold 1 where you have players sitting on 18 points by the end of round 3, and then they don't win, and that's how Floxy walked away as the first world champion. But this game definitely came pretty close. Like a lot of these players ended up pivoting into Kyoku Sanagi, Rafaela build, as opposed to the Heartbond Mia that we saw in the first 2 games. But in the end, it's just 3-star Esma, 3-star Cyclops, a bit too much for a Bruiser comp to deal with. And again, that's sort of like one of the weaknesses of a Bruiser comp, right? You are forced to interact with anyone in front of you, and the longer you take to get to the actual damage dealers, the less the time you have to win the round.
Yeah, that's why I like to. Again, that's one of my favorite things about Magic Chess Go-Go is just, the variety. I guess if you're just someone playing at home and whatnot, you might not get to see as much variation in terms of like tournament format, where you get to see all this, especially the different commanders coming through because of the ban on that. But it's nice to see. It's nice to see that for Game 3 we have a very different idea happening here for the top 3, top 4 finishes, and you're just going to continue to see that develop, because even so, like the way that was played out, man, I think it was a bit of timing, of course, on his end, but I think for Moon to bring that and then bring the PNK, like, and wasn't it he had the Xylon card, right?
Mm-hmm.
Am I thinking right? And you mentioned this early on.
Yeah, like and also the PNK is more of a unique like play style, right? It doesn't give you tempo, it doesn't directly give you heroes. It requires really strategic placement. You need to. It's like setting a bait and trying to redirect, the right chess pieces into it. One of the players that plays a lot of PNK. He didn't have the Xylon, my bad. It's the PNK card, right? Yeah. I think the Xylon one was the Karina, so that's Gideon.
The Karina,
yeah. I think one of the players that played a lot of PNK was actually Finn, again, in Gold 1. He was one of the players that consistently picks PNK and makes it work, always gets like a top 3 finish. But it's definitely not a fan favorite because of how different it is, right? It feels very conditional, and you need to understand how the chess pieces interact. But when you make it work, it can work wonders. You save gold, you save econ, and you basically get copies of heroes for free. And in this case, it helped him hit 3-star Cyclops.
3-star Cyclops. He had the 3 stars, Esmeralda, which was really prevalent for his front line. I mean, even with the Barretts there. So it was just a really unique, I want to say unique lineup, because like I said, you don't see too much of the Dauntless Stargazer, at least so far between the semifinals and today, and he made it work. So, and with the Popol and Koopa. So really good round there, I would say, for Moon. We mentioned he needed that. I think now, as we look at the standings currently, this is what we're talking about. And for the other players competing here, obviously they're going to be eyeing Lungmat Pro and Itagaki Kanoe to see what they end up doing, because even down to the commander choices that they're going to be prioritizing, then synergy wise, they can't let these guys get the win in this next one.
Yep, I think Itagaki hasn't played Minotaur yet, so there are still power picks there for him. Longmat Pro, he has played the Minotaur Mia, and I don't remember what the last one was, but I feel like they still have a pretty decent chance with the pool. Yeah, I think Itagaki also played the Fanny as well. So yeah, Minotaur still, I think, pretty much up on the table. If you want to go PNK, there's that as well. But for the rest of the players, like you said, they probably would have a target on the backs of those 2 front runners, because their grand finals might be cut short if either of those players win.
So you guys in Go won, because I didn't get a chance to go ahead and watch that, since I believe I was casting, or we had just ended the M7. How many rounds did it end up getting to, did you say?
We went the full distance, like to full 8 games.
Full 8 games?
Yeah, and that's how Floxy won. Because like, even by game 7, the winner just hit 18 after game 7. So it's pretty unfortunate. But it was quite a grand finals, because I think there were a lot of pivoting, and Floxy was playing a completely different game from everyone else, which helped him win in the very end. But yeah, we went the full distance.
Yeah, this is hopefully we do get to that point where we at least get to, this round 6 or game 6, game 7. It would be kind of crazy if we ended up somehow ending it, getting a champion here after this. Again, there's only 2 players sitting at the 18 plus points at this point, so still plenty of room, plenty of time, plenty of strategy to be put out there by the other teams. And also we'll have to keep an eye on what synergies will be prioritized by our 2 players sitting there up at top. So I also want to be keeping an eye, of course, see if Moon can replicate his last run here. Be impressive for him. Is he able to get back-to-back first place finishes? But we'll jump into the draft for game 4.
Yep. And depending on the ranking of the some of these players in the previous round, it will determine who goes first. In this case, we did talk about the PNK might start coming out, and in this case, Gideon will be the one that pilots that, the Ruby for ZenZT. Shadow QC, I think at this point it's quite evident some of the players and the playstyles that they prefer. For Shadow QC, it is about tempo, as he goes for the Karina. We see the Kagura for Itagaki as well. More of a utility-focused player instead of just full-on aggressive. And Lungmat Pro with the Gushin. I did say if it's between Gushin and Loyi, we got the Gushin out. The Minotaur for Gron, Diggy for Cinta, MCGG. And Moon, plenty of options here. I feel like if you want to go for the Mia, you can, but he does go for the Lancelot, as he did finish first. So economy is sort of a non-factor for Moon in this game. He's going to be leveling faster than anyone else, but at the cost of needing to really ration his resources. But if he can get something like a premium customer or glittering jewels or anything that gives him eco or rerolls, then that would help mitigate the negatives of the Lancelot.
Okay. Let's see what ends up happening here as we get all the picks are locked in. Lungmat Pro and was it? Itagaki, yeah. Lungmat Pro, Itagaki. Keep an eye on them if you guys have just been joining us. So, Gushin, the Kagura there.
Yep.
I think the Kagura, too, is such a... We saw this yesterday, man, because when me and Mo were watching through, I can't remember if it was Group B, but the Kagura came out so clutch in one of the wins there just because of the fact that, you know, you have such a good power play in terms of defense, but also just keeping yourself in like really tight situations because of the shield, right? That Kagura provides. So it's I guess it's something that the other players are going to be wanting to keep an eye out for from Itagaki.
Yep. And in this case, I did say I want to see the cushion, and Longmat Pro brings it out, so you get the extra synergy to really help you hit, hit your power spike faster. And it's also one of the commanders that can contribute to you getting the Mystic Mail, the nice synergy requirements for the Mystic Mail. And I wonder if Longmat Pro will consider that. It is a viable pivot now going to the late game.
You've lost your way.
Just with a Gushin, yeah.
Yep.
Like, and we at most we've seen the 8. I think it was 8.
8.
Mystic Meow synergy. So we didn't get to see the claws come out, but we'll see if it ends up happening here. First cards being picked up. Anything standing out? Let's see. Kagura for the PNK from Gideon. What else do we have?
So Longmat Pro got the Weapon Master Crystal. That's already a pretty good start. That means that there's early opportunities to go straight into Toy Mischief if he wants. And he does have a Jawhead to facilitate that.
He's got a Jawhead, I was going to say. Yeah.
And a CC too, so the Weapon Master Toy Mischief looks pretty good. It's what he used to win Game 2 as well.
Yeah, he might be looking to replicate that, man. And as we saw, there wasn't much of an answer for especially the 6. If he gets the 6 Toy Mischief built into that. Let's see what ends up happening. What Cinta sitting at here. Neo Beast, yeah, it just doesn't have much right now, so at least going to be playing Neo Beast. Like I said, we haven't seen one of our players do that just yet. Like we saw yesterday, purposely losing and building your Neo Beast chest. Maybe that's just not something you want to do now at this point, as it's kind of crunch time. I know only 2 players are above the 18-point threshold, but could be one of those things where you just want to go ahead and bring out that best strategy that you can for this one.
And it's also very conditional, right? Like the same as like aspirants, but like if I get an early aspirants, I'm destined to go on a lose streak. Neo Beast doesn't feel that bad because at least you have a Fredrin that does decent damage and can hold his own. But again, lose streak strats, I feel like at least in NCGG is not too viable right now because tempo changes so much for you, and it doesn't. And the combat mechanics is pretty reliant on how good you can roll and how much you understand damage control, which is a big risk, but Cinta is still one of the only players in this lobby that is willing to go for the lose streak, but also because he has to dig it, right? You want to accumulate, you want to be able to get as to get that lose streak, you trade your health and then you hope that the payout is good.
Yeah, it's a bit of that, risk factor that we were talking about earlier on. Even though he's got this 2-star Alucard, and he might have some trouble here dealing with an Esmeralda, that early Esmeralda with the Revitalize. Because Alucard will be able to proc that Heart Bond, so might be able to deal with this. No, the Esmeralda with the Carino Blades, man, is just going to go ahead and go through this. Again, Heart Bond proc, but not enough. Sent to take some damage from Shadow QC. Meanwhile, still sitting at the top. Gran is there, Sen. It looked like Lungmat Pro faced a loss. So we're jumping into our first carousel. Let's see what priority is going to be here. Cinta goes for the Yuzhong right away. So a very early Yuzhong pickup.
Oh, the Longmat Pro go BOD? Yep, it does go BOD. Yeah, it's falling into place. 2 Luminexes too. SenZT actually getting a very early Hayabusa there.
Early Hayabusa and an early Yuzhong, man.
Yuzhong.
Yeah. There is a Hayabusa for Sen, but then... Oh, wait, did we see the Yuzhong? Yeah, we did get... Yeah, Sinta got the Yuzhong. I was like, I know I saw another one. Yeah, so Hayabusa and the Yuzhong there. Looks like Sinta is going to go ahead and get things in place for Toy Mischief. What does he end up taking? So he put the... Yeah, he went with the Defender Crystal for the Yuzhong. So he's got, 2 Bruiser, 2 Defender, 2 Magic, 2 Heart Bond.
It does have, I believe, does have the Odette to work with, so some considerable amount of damage, but doesn't really have the ramp up. So should be close. This is pretty close.
Just get through that Winter Crown as long as that Gatacacha stays up. Yeah, he's got that. Okay, there we go. Sinto made it happen. That was so close with the Yuzhong there. Imagine when he starts to go ahead and start it up. See if that changes now. Rest of the board, man. Gron. It always starts like this. Husky, it's always this. It's always the win streak for the Minotaur.
Yep.
The commander with the Minotaur, Kufra, Mia. Like, he's going to have that locked in for at least towards the mid game. Then we see if anyone decides to handle Gron. So he's going to be pretty much in control right now. We'll see what Gideon ends up doing here. Gideon versus Sen. Rolling with a Neo Beast lineup. He's actually the first one that we're seeing today anyway for the finals. Just take the L's, right? He's not really trying to do too much. Just trying to build up on his Neo Beast chest. It'll be sitting above 100 now, and we'll eventually see. So we might actually see Gideon be the first one to wait for that 300 point plus Neo Beast chest and then pivot. And the unfortunate thing about that, like we saw yesterday, when you play with that strategy, your pivot comes at a very spicy time. You know, you're not going to have too much health left depending on how he plays it out. So we'll see what the second go-go cards are going to be here.
You also need to think ahead of like what items you take, at the carousel and at the creep round, because you don't want to end up with items that don't really fit the comp that you pivot into. So there are a lot of foresight required. Gideon did go for jump the gun, so you get extra 12 commander XP to hit a higher level, get an extra hero slot. But the most important factor there is hitting strong pieces earlier than anyone else. So that's the goal of Gideon. So when he cashes out the Neo Beast points and goes for a potential pivot and gets all the rewards, then he would already ideally have the pieces required to put those rewards on.
Yeah, you can see that happening here too. Once again, I wonder if they're just gonna hold on to the other cards too. At least for the here. Now Gideon taking a look. I don't know if he's still gonna choose to go for the losses here. I mean, there's not too much that he can do, at least right now. He did 2-star. He's got the 2-star Brody with the blessing on him.
Does have the PNK, so that's one way to play the lose streak.
Play the lose streak. That's what I'm saying. Like his pivot might be pretty strong because of the PNK and then the chest. Like it looks like he's just gonna lose this too.
Oh, the Phobius did walk into it, so that's good news. He gets a 2-star Phobius. Yeah, but trying to clear out as much as possible. Was able to clear out an extra piece at the end, so you take slightly lesser damage. This is gonna bring him down to 55, which is still okay, as he is 2 rounds away from the carousel from this point onwards. I think for anyone who misses like the old Tigreal, Kufra is your new Tigreal. So AoE stun, high base damage. Actually, Gron finally took his first loss just now.
Yeah.
But even then, his 2-star Kufra, which with literally the best item
Best
combination.
items.
Yeah, it's just the BIS. Look at like Oracle, Blade Armor.
He's bissed up, man.
The Ancient Wrath.
Ancient Wrath. Yeah.
So good.
Yeah, he's locked in. And then once he starts 3-starring, some of the front line, of course, the Mia, we'll see that. Let's take a look at Itagaki. He's still keeping the Toy Mischief there, but he's got the Bruiser Scavenger because he's playing for economy. So Itagaki's foundation is there, but definitely playing the long game again, even with a Kagura. He's pretty tanky. I mean, this Masha is actually doing quite a bit, but against this Yuzhong, he does have the shield with the Kagura, as I just mentioned. Should be able to get through. Yep, takes out the Yuzhong, even with the extra assist. That should be around there for Itagaki. That's what I'm talking about. So that's very strong. Even seeing it this early on, you know, on a 2-star Masha, for example, it's like that's also just going to be more prevalent later on towards the late game.
Just like in, you know, the actual game itself, Masha is one of the 1v1, you know, kings.
Gods.
One of the 1v1 gods, yeah. Thunderclap. And with the Kagura Shield, you know, the hybrid stats it gets, the War Axe, the Cast Claw, one good hit is all she needs to bring her health back to full, and 4 bruises makes it even easier to do so. So you leave her alone, she is probably going to board wipe you. So Itagaki, I think, should feel pretty comfortable. Even for Shadow QC, he already has access to the Edith. So this is most likely going to be that magic build that we saw in the previous game by half the lobby. He doesn't have the required items just yet, so it should be Grok winning out.
Yeah, Ground's gonna win that one. This one, like Shadow QC might just be popping this chest around the 100 mark. He might lose like one more round or so, and then go for it. Itagaki, it looks like, yeah, Itagaki actually lost a round here. So the only win streaks right now are for Gron, as expected. Like we were mentioning, we jump into another carousel round. Capacity for Shadow QC. Gideon's gonna get the glowing wand. Bruiser more for Cinta. Matt Pro will go ahead and grab that. The DHS. Rafaela secured. Gron picks up a Feather of Heaven. Okay.
This is actually, because for Shadow QC, it doesn't matter what place he ends in, he's gonna hit 18 anyways, as long as, you know, Itagaki and Longmai Pro doesn't win by the end of this. But it's quite scary when you opt to finally go for Neo Beast, and then the person right next to you is also going for Neo Beast. So you have 2 players basically committing to a lose streak strat, and then you have Tinta, MCGG, that unfortunately also is doing a variation of that because he is playing with the Diggy. So your 3 players that are basically tanking their health force a late game spike. And that means if you are Gron or Moon, you are very happy with the state of the game because you don't have to worry about these threats early on. So you can put yourself in a more comfortable spot for when that late game comes.
Yeah, that's good for, again, Gron and Moon, as they're contenders right now currently in this game 4. If they are able to finish, you know, first and second, based on how things are going, obviously still pretty early, puts himself in that range, you know, to get to the 18 points, of course. So across the board, we still have Shadow QC getting hit, so he's sitting at 28 now. There's that chest. It's sitting at 121 on the Neo Beast. He's probably just going to go ahead and wait this out, do one more round. He's switching things out. I wonder what the move is for Shadow QC in this play.
Ooh, Shadow QC is at level 7, so unfortunately you don't have the luxury to you know, bank on a 2-star Edith unless you're super lucky because it's just 1%, and he's not going to have enough economy to, you know, to hit the level required. So he will have to go for the scavenger to gain extra money, but he only can afford to lose one more round. And in this case, it's against Cinta. If he somehow wins this round, it would be great, but I don't see that happening with that Yuzong with a fully decked out armory.
And a Terry.
Yeah, so
the Terry Bogard.
This is his last chance.
His Yuzong is just so strong from Cinta, man.
Shadow QC is very little to lose here. He has the rock shield.
Yeah, I was gonna say he was holding on the rock shield. That's what I was wondering too, because he didn't pick his second card earlier on. So essentially, he's bought himself another round on top of the round that he had. Plus, again with the chest,
right before
and then
the
creep round.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's good.
Let's see what Shadow QC will do here. Also, the third go-go card's coming in. You know, it's interesting because even getting to this point, obviously we have all the players up. Some are really close to being knocked out, but you have a ton of economy to work with here, especially if you're like Sen. He's got plenty of gold. Cinta as well. Okay, so you got Solid Alliance for QC, Shadow QC, so hybrid attack. Swapping things around. I guess it'll also depend on what items he ends up getting here. The other go-go cards you have here too. Magic Immersion. Some... oh man, Gron actually got an Oracle too. So Gron's gonna be harder to kill. He's working on the 3-star Minotaur. He's really, really close.
Yes.
Very, very close. Lungmat Pro over here, making things happen with his Bruiser Weapon Master synergy. He's got the Exorcist now too.
Oh, he needs one more bruiser for the 6. He has a level 9, so should be okay. Shadow QC did take, I believe, the Domice and Winter Crown. Found himself a Benedetta. Had 3 Scavengers for the economy. But is really relying on just the raw stats of his board to win. For Longmat Pro, did get the 3 Scavengers, 6 bruises. So again, good economy, but great damage. Against Moon's comp, it might not matter though, because Moon's artillery might kill off the bruises before they touch the backline. They need to get rid of this Masha first. And the Masha just enough. Just the lifesteal.
Dude, the Masha is a monster, man. You know, just because of the nature of Lungmat Pro's composition. Like, he switched into the 6 bruiser too right before that started, so that really does a lot.
Wow, Sen ZT actually got 11 Mystic Mail synergy, so 11 activated synergy, so he gets the full benefit of.
He does get the full benefit. Okay.
Yeah, full benefit of the Mystic Mail synergy. Let's see, and he does have the Glittering Jewels too. So 13 free shot refreshes. I think he already dumped all of it. Yeah, he doesn't have any more free shot refreshes. And he hit level 9 pretty early because of his second Gogo card, Jump the Gun. This could be the beginning of Sen ZT, just coming back with a strong board just because he has level 9 early.
The Mystic Meow, yeah. We didn't get to see this at all yesterday, by the way. So this is the first time, if you watch semifinals and grand finals, that you see the Mystic Meow synergy. Let's take a look at the Shadow QC. He's up against Moon, as we were just talking about him. And I don't know, man. Shadow QC looking dire here against this.
Hayabusa.
Benedetta doing work there. Yep, the Hayabusa.
No
even
items.
That Cyclops there. No items. Oh, man. Shadow QC taking a shot. Still has the shield, but he's got one more round at him. Moon, very, very strong with this synergy.
And Shadow QC just has to pray that he gets one more round in this, because he's guaranteed a spot on the podium. Long as we get one more round, we go into game 5. That's all he has to pray for, which is the silver lining. Even for Sinta, he's starting to roll down, gets the 4 defender synergy alongside his 6 bruisers, and his Iori is basically maxed out in items too. So that is good news for him. Gron starting to lose a couple of rounds. The Heartbound Blessing for Shadow QC could have come at a better time. 6 Heartbounds, 3 Face Warpers.
6 Heartbound. Yeah. 6 Heartbound. And so now that he's got the Hayabusa plus the Lancelot, and Lancelot's pretty decked out. Karina Blades, win a crown, Sea Halbert. He's up against Sen ZT. Let's see, this is the Mystic Meow synergy we were just talking about. So he's going to be facing off against this with Shadow. Can he actually win this? Yeah, his Lancelot is doing a ton of work here. Thorn Rose, a Phantom Execution to come through, and it looks like that pivot might have just been enough. Shadow QC will make it happen, even with that Shadow kill. Sen ZT takes the hit. So, man, that was a little dicey there.
That was slightly unfortunate, because the biggest difference maker was just the dual blades from the Karina. Had he not had that item, I think he probably would have lost that round. But he has the cheat code, right? The equivalent of a Sky Piercer. So he just decimated the front line.
He stacked up.
Yeah, with 1 Thorn Rose, he killed off like 3 heroes in a go. But Sen ZT gets another hero, gets a hero capacity, so puts him at 10 hero, which is great for Mystic Mail. Maybe that is gonna help bring him back. Though he does need, some good items to work with, and maybe like 2-star some of the important pieces. If he can get the Lancelot 2-star and somehow Shadow QC or Moon does not, then we're gonna be talking. Then maybe he has a better chance.
Yeah, Itagaki got the 2-star Yori, so he's got that with the Yuzhong. Shadow QC did 2-star his Edith, and he picked up, I think, the item. He went with the Antique Caress in the carousel, so I know he picked that up. Now, let's see. He survived last round. He's going to go ahead and survive this one. Itagaki is going to be up against Sinta. Shadow QC is going to be up against Gideon. Let's see who ends up clearing it out. Looks like Sinta might win this unless they can deal with the Origami.
Yep, and he does have the Exorcist Power Crystal and the Kagura Shield, so you need to deal with Iori twice, but crowd control is his biggest enemy, and a bit of a head scratch
Shadow
there for
QC.
Itagaki. Doesn't have a way to mitigate that unless you have like a Purify, which you can only get at the start of the game.
Yeah. Shadow QC knocked out, by the way. So he's going to be sitting at 18 points. So he gets one. He's eligible for the next round if it doesn't end here because Lung Mat Pro sitting in a somewhat risky position now at this point. Itagaki also in the mid. So both of the top players right now, potentially in the next round or two, could get knocked out. So this is a great swing over for the players that needed to get these points locked in. We'll see what Lung Mat Pro is going to do. Again, the Bruiser, Weapon Master combo, relying on that Yu Zhang.
Shadow QC just needs to pray. Pray hard. Though, the magic damage from Gideon is too much, and Lung Mat
So
Pro
much.
absolutely destroyed the
Yeah, he got deleted, man.
PNK paid off. 6 Stargazers. So basically infinite mana. You can cast your spells. Your spells basically have almost 0 cooldown there. It is going to be a problem because it's one of those synergies that is hard to get right, but once you get all the right pieces, it's almost impossible to stop because they just melt your entire board.
All right, creep around here. See what Gideon can do. I like this. I like seeing the Stargazers work, man. I like seeing it come up because it's just not too often you see like the magic build lineups work, or the Stargazer builds even. We'll see what items are picked up after this orange creep round. Even looking at Itagaki, potentially the one who's eligible to win this, I don't think he fully has built out what he wants to. I mean, right now he's currently playing into the Origami.
Yeah.
He's got good economy though, so he's actually going to go ahead and spend it on the rolls here, see what he picks up. See what he changes. He's going to get 2-star Yuzhong. Oh no, he's at least got that. So he's trying to go for, I guess, the 3-star.
Man, ideally Hayabusa doesn't work as well. I think now his biggest enemy is his next biggest enemy is probably Gideon. I think Gideon just melts his front line. The Iori doesn't really matter even with the shield, and the creep round actually offered him damage item for both. So he doesn't really have a defensive way. He just has to power through the opponents before they ramp up.
Well, he's up against Moon.
Good kick.
Yeah, good kicks. He's got the Kagura shield, so you might actually be able to clear this again, relying on the Exorcist that he got earlier on. So yeah, he does it. Wins the round against Moon. Gran takes a hit up against Gideon. So this is all very, very close, Husky. I mean, across the board here, some of these shifts are just happening based on some of the items they're getting. Again, the luck of the refresh, right? The shop. Because of what everyone is really trying to get. I mean, even if you look at Sen, Moon alone, Sen, he doesn't have much gold left, but it looks like he's trying to get that 3-star Busa. Itagaki, back to him. He's hunting too.
He's basically locked into the Cho carry because he has the Exorcism and 6 Exorcists. 6 Exorcists, 6 Bruisers, everything dumped onto the Iori. So if the Iori dies, the round is basically over for him. But on the other hand, for Gideon, if he wins, he'll be eligible as well. He needs exactly 8 points, and he's in a pretty good. Here we go.
Oh, here we go. Gideon and Itagaki. Is that Yorigami going to be enough, man? Even with the Exorcist, he already has that shield. That's quite a bit, but the Valentina and the Farce are just doing so much. You can see him react there on the camera. Itagaki. Gonna have to go ahead and bow out of game 4.
It's too much. The spell slingers, they're just way too much to deal with. There really isn't an answer to that, right? The only viable way is that you blow them up first before they blow you up. Is the classic is your textbook definition of a brawl server.
Yeah.
No defensive item. Like
Just
you
all
win,
action.
You win by killing them first, and Gideon actually might have a very good chance. I don't see anyone right now on the board remaining in the lobby.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because Cinta is going for 6 bruisers, and we know it's ineffective. 6 defenders means that you have good defense in the front line, but Gideon doesn't care about your front line. He hits your back line anyways, and Moon is just a slightly weaker version of Gideon's board. So I think Gideon's got this.
Yeah, that'll put him right at 8, like you said, right at 18. So we'll see what ends up happening here. We're going to take a look at Moon. He's up against Gron. Gron has done the standard meta lineup that we talked about. Having that Mia there, it's gotten him definitely to the top 4. That's usually a guaranteed with this kind of start, this kind of early. But now you got the Cyclops, the Farsa, the Rafaela working alongside of this, and that's enough to go ahead and get that locked in. So Moon going to be fine. Taking out Gron here.
What? Gideon lost to Cinta.
Gideon did lose, yeah.
Oh, all right. That was unexpected. I honestly thought that Gideon would win that. So this 6 bruiser from Cinta, it gets another bruiser power crystal.
Cinta gets another one, yeah.
So
it's gonna do some switching around here. I mean,
I have a feeling it could be the edict that they have, that Cinta has, that allows him to, go toe to toe with Gideon. But as for Gideon's end, does get the 3-star barrage and able to get the Phobius in at the end too. So a stronger front line. It just needs to hope for the barrage to absorb the early damage from like the Iori of Cinta if he faces off against the mirror, and then he'll have a good chance and able to switch to a Dauntless Blessing too. So the extra shield when the round starts could make the difference.
oh, he's up against Moon's mirror. So heavy magic damage, but he might actually be able to go ahead and withstand this because of that 3-star Barrett's that you mentioned. The Ruby doing work, but not enough to get through that front line, and there you go. That'll be fine. Gideon staying alive. Moon's mirror will just take that damage, but meanwhile, Moon knocked out anyway. 7-game win streak. Cinta. We'll see if this Barrett's play is enough to deal with what Cinta's built up, man. Again,
Yep.
the Yorigami, the 6 out of 6 bruiser with the Exorcist just seems to be a problem. And I'm not sure. He might be able to actually even get, the 3-star Yu Zhong, if he's able to.
If he hits that, it would be lights out. But let's see if Gideon gets through this round, he has a creep round as a buffer. Either way, one of these 2 players will get to the 18-point threshold. I think for Gideon, obviously this favors Cinta anyways because he has enough health for 2 rounds. But for Gideon, it really comes up to the Rafaela.
Oh, let's see. See if Gideon has enough to pull it off. There's a lot of heavy shields though too from Cinta, and it might just be too much, man.
Yeah, the barrage onto the
Cinta
Rafaela.
and Gideon.
Winter,
Can Gideon pull it off with the Barretts?
he
He's
might
getting
have
kicked
it.
around. I think the Barretts, man, the 3-star Barretts was so value. He gets around. Then we go into a creep round. So that is crazy. That's crazy for Gideon. This is our first time that we're getting to, I believe, right?
Yep,
The Lord Minion creep round here in 4 games.
In 4 games, yeah. And I think if you are Cinta, you are hunting for the Yuzong. Yeah, that's why he puts in the Leona in this round so he can get some extra econ, 3 scavengers, and he has 22 gold right now. So by the next round, he's gonna full send it and go for the Yuzong tree, and that is his key to winning the game.
Man, the Indonesian players, man, I'll tell you what, this is let's see what they end up getting here, but this is so massive for Gideon. If he can get the first place finish, he'll be at the 18-point mark. So this,
here we go.
if you're rooting for someone to get there, it's got to happen for Gideon, because either way, Cinta's already going to be at the threshold. So
he has so much gold. He needs one more. Just one
he needs
more.
one more.
It's coming home.
Yep.
Come on.
He's going for it.
Ah, there it is.
Yep.
That might just be enough, actually.
Does Cinta have enough? Yeah, Cinta's got the 3-star.
And the Bruiser Blessing activated.
Oh man, meanwhile, what is Gideon hunting for? Gideon is also
He's out of steam.
changing things up a bit. Yeah, he's out of steam. Let's see if it's going to be enough. We're looking over here at Cinta. Yori's going right to that back line to go ahead and kick. Gideon just trying to hold on.
Come on,
Where
Barat.
it's going to be worked on through. Is it going to be enough? Oh no!
Yeah,
no.
it's done.
It's done. Gideon so close to the 18 points, man.
17.
Cinta getting the win.
Oh man, same position with Moon. So now we have 5 players out of 8 that can win by the next round. How crazy is that? This is actually more intense than Goal 1 because we have 5 out of 8 players eligible to win by the end of round 4. I have a feeling we probably might close it out next round unless, you know, something
crazy.
Yeah, like the remaining 3 pull out something, you know, from the hat. Because I think the silver lining for the remaining 3, well, the other 2 that is not Gideon is that if Gideon won that round, it would be 6 out of 8, right? Like if you really want to look for a silver lining.
Gosh, Gideon was so close, man. That was, you know, because you could see it. Like, he had the idea. I mean, the Barretts. You gotta remember how long he stayed in the game too. After getting 3-star Barretts, like he was able to go ahead and stay, maintain. But really good adjustments, I would say. You know, Cinta. This is kind of what we saw from him yesterday. This is why I was so impressed with him throughout Group B, just because such a competitive player, so good on the timings of, on his pickups, on his board swaps, on his economy. And then even on towards that last play to make sure that he got, you know, who he needed, which was, I think it was that Yuzhong. What else did he start there at the end? Yeah, it was definitely the Yuzhong, which really, really helped. And also, as we look at the highlights, you'll see this one was, can't believe after this one, this was the first time we got to all the way to that stage where we have the Lord Creep, get some of those last bit of items here. And it came down to it. I mean, everyone still nearly alive up in that stage 4 even.
Even Gron had a very good run, right? Like he had a significant lead due to his early game snowball. That he was basically sitting at like 92 health for quite a long time. But unfortunately, the main difference that separated Gideon and Cinta was just Gideon had no money. He couldn't roll. He was looking for 3-star Esmer, but he was 2 pieces short.
Yeah, sometimes that's why I say, you know, sometimes you're unfortunately left to the whims of the RNG, and sometimes you see it come in clutch. Sometimes you see it work against what the game plan is here for players.
I personally felt like, you know, one of the threats to Gideon prior to the 3-star Yuzong was the fact that the Iori got to just walk on up to the Rafaela and kick her and just proc the Winter Crown. I thought that maybe Gideon would, you know, rearrange the positioning of that backline a little bit, but he didn't, right? So there's the Yuzong that your Barras cannot remove, so the Barras gets preoccupied with the Yuzong. The Iori just strolls up to your core and 2-shots her. It is pretty tough before 3-star Yuzong, so that's why after the Yuzong became 3-star, we sort of knew that it was over. Still pretty good fight from both players.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, you know, that the hunt for that Yuzhong was going to be major. I'm still surprised that also today we haven't seen, it hasn't, I don't think it's gotten close yet to getting that 3-star Benedetta or the 3-star Lancelot yet. Also, surprisingly, we haven't seen the Toy Mischief build with the Ling, but that could all potentially happen in the next game. We're going to look at this match overview here on how things fell into place through this one. Again, unfortunate for Shadow QC. I just felt like he was so dominant in Group A, and I was really curious on how he would perform here. He's still relatively, overall, he's still been really competitive. It's just this one, I feel like things fell flat. He really wasn't able to do too much, even for Wingmat Pro on the Gushin. So this is where we get in the territory now, Husky, of what other commanders do our players that are especially eligible for winning now that they're sitting at 18 plus points, is this where they pick their best commanders? Is this where they pick the most solid game plan that they have practiced countless times to get the championship here?
I think if you made it to this point of the finals and you haven't reviewed your ace yet, you are one, pretty good at the game, and two, you're kind of lucky as well. I think the PNK would keep getting picked up from this point onwards. Right? We saw it from game 3. I think the first PNK, the Gushin, came out in game 4. So I wouldn't be surprised that whoever hasn't picked up Ruby or Minotaur yet will most likely go for those two. The Fanny as well is going to be highly contested, but I think the PNK will remain a constant because it has gotten, I think, 2 top 3 finishes back to back.
Yeah, we're taking a look at the standings right now. Once again, if you guys are just joining us, you got 5 players at the 18-point threshold and above. So what that means, the highlighted names there, if they win, if they get first place in this next game, they will be the champion. And so if you're looking at it, you're thinking, well, potentially those other three players, if they can get the win here, then we'll get to another round. But having 5 players locked in already at that threshold, and those players, those names, by the way, it would be crazy because of, again, Shadow QC being one of the players at 18 points exactly. Like, if he's able to just go ahead, because it was crazy, man. He was doing some crazy things in Group A yesterday.
He was.
And so that's why I'm really curious once we get to the selections here of commanders on what they decide to do, because there's a potential for it to be a really big showdown in this next game, the game 5.
Yeah, I think like there was an interview I believe we did last year. Was it? I believe during Gold 1 with it's either Finn or Ken or Chen FXL. It's either one of them that are the finalists, and they did talk about how the meta can just shift, in between stages, right? Like what you saw in the what we saw in the semifinals yesterday doesn't feel like a thing today. Like the Link, for example, it was not existent.
The only staple, Minotaur Mia.
Yep, Minotaur Mia, right? The only staple. But today there are a lot of different answers to it. So it's constantly evolving based on who is in the lobby. And today it seems like the two, we went from, Mia, Kufra staples to now looking at 6 bruisers and, 4 stargazers or like 6 stargazers, and sometimes a KOF weapon master come in. So quite a drastic shift. But I think for MCGG enthusiasts, we still have a chance to go all the way to game 8 with the condition that obviously, because by the end of this round, if the 5 eligible players don't win, we will have 7 out of 8 players eligible to win.
Yeah.
So our only hope is that whoever is in the last place, I can't remember his name all of a sudden, but the only way for him
Moon,
to
I think it's Moon,
right?
Yeah, Moon.
Like the only way for him to win is to drag it to match 8. That's where everyone will be eligible. So
yeah,
it's a tall task, but we've been there once.
Could happen. We should be jumping in the draft shortly here. Yeah, there it is. So let's see what commanders are brought out for game 5. Again, you guys can see here everybody that's locked in for 18 points and above. Gideon was so close, man. Now he's 1 point short, so he's got to be one of the ones there. PNK is actually going to be picked up by Shadow QC.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So Popo and Koopa there. Mia for Itagaki.
So it's Sen ZT. That's the one with only 8 points. Yeah, he's the one that really needs to pray for game 8. He's gonna go for Kagura here. Yeah. There's the Yuzong for Gron. So one of the few commanders that you're looking to just get a massive power spike and try to use that to push yourself to first place. The 1-1 out for Moon 2. The Nana for Gideon. So there's a chance that Gideon is looking for a lose streak strat. Not that it matters too much to him because he is at 17 anyway, so last place still guarantees him a chance to win as long as everyone else doesn't. But this 1-1 for Moon, it's pretty interesting that he pulls out the 1-1 here, because I felt like you could have kept him for the next round since you are going to get 18 regardless.
Yeah, and also Sinta went with the Amon. That's what we saw a decent amount, in the previous seasons, of Rising Stars, and Sinta again, one of the players to really watch out for from Indonesia. He's just been able to do so well so far, but there's a lot here, man. There's a lot. I mean, with these commanders alone, that we could see happen, and with the 5 players that are eligible here. I think the commanders are based off what we see in the initial early phase of the game will tell us kind of where things might fall into place for our championship if it happens. But maybe we do. Maybe we get all the way to 8 rounds. We'll see what happens here. We're jumping into Game 5 of the Grand Finals here. Once again, it's Rising Stars Season 5 for Magic Chess Go-Go. And we will jump in, catch up. We'll see what Go-Go cards are locked in. Mostly, we've been seeing a whole lot of, whatever the commander is, that's the kind of the Go-Go card they get for the first one. But also, now that a Yu Zhang is into play, something that me and Mo discussed, especially yesterday during the semifinals, was, having that potential to get obviously a better Go card, right? A better tier. So Gron does go with the Harley power.
Yep.
So yeah, he's looking to ramp up here. He already picks up a Hanabi.
Does give him the Soul Vessel, Marksman, and the Glory League. But the Soul Vessel is the one that matters, and that's what you usually want to do when you pick up Yu Zhong as a commander. You are looking for power spikes that defy, the basic fundamentals of the game, right? Only you have access to something as unique as the Yu Zhong, so you want to use it to push yourself forward. But sadly, he does run into Itagaki, which has the Mia, so you can't really beat an extra hero on the board in this early game. So
not only that, but the Mia with the Mia,
with the Mia,
or Mia with the Mia with the Zhang. I don't know if he'll actually build that out though, because that's something I've been asking for since yesterday. Was the Soul Vessel synergy actually working past just the 1-star Zhang? I don't know if we'll see it though, but taking a look at Sinta, I think he's obviously still trying to figure out what his game plan is going to be just yet. Doesn't really have what he wants. So we'll have, he's just going to go ahead and take that one.
Yep. And he can afford to do so because you basically gain economy when you get 2-star on your hero, and you gain mirror devices. So ideally you want to be able to hit 2 stars on heroes that you would keep for long periods of time, that really would follow you into the mid and late game, so you can make use of the economy. It would be a waste to have to sell those heroes and kind of scramble your board. So I think this lose streak is okay for Sinta, and it is something that we've seen throughout the whole grand finals, where he's just comfortable being at the bottom to gain an advantage in the carousel and then come back in that mid game.
Yeah, I think Sinta, even from our semifinals up until now, he's been the player to play around the most, lose streaks or less health strategies that we've seen. Gideon right now too on the Nana, expect something similar from him, especially he's got the Neo base building up, but he's actually going to go ahead and win this round against Garan, as Garan is still looking to play into this Yu Zhang build that he's got. At least commander is Hanabi. Although it does quite a bit of damage, we'll be able to survive it through that. So Gron will take some himself. Plenty of economy being spread out here. We're going to jump into our first carousel, though, and this will tell us where our players plan to go. Sinta first pick. We'll grab the DHS. Lungmat Pro, grab the Glowing Wand. And you've got Gideon going for some defense. He'll pick up the Antique Cuirass and gets Oracle. Single control for Magron. Shadow QC also Brute Force, and then a Feather for Itagaki, which is going to be great considering what he's building. So good items, honestly, for most of what we've seen, at least for the initial plans from our players.
Yep, Sinta has an angle to go for Glory League too, because to activate the 2 Glory League synergy is pretty cheap. Alucard, the Phobius, the Beatrix, and he has the DHS, so he could easily equip that onto the Beatrix. And that could be the angle that gets him into that mid game in a good state. He also has the 3 Scavengers activated, and the Hand of Moons, the Marksman plus the Soul Vessel a lot of damage, but not too much resistance. So you're again playing on borrowed time, looking to clear out the board as fast as possible before you run out of health bar. It's gonna be pretty close. It's Hanabi Mia against Mia Esmeralda. I think the Hanabi wins.
Yeah, even with the heart bond, Hanabi win that one. Coming back through, but Esmeralda not enough. So Gran will do some damage to Moon. Again, early things still here in this, for some of our players, really trying to get the groundwork done on the synergies. Pretty healthy across the board, though. Right now, Itagaki, this is kind of what we expected, though, for him to have that kind of lead with the Mia. Also, he is just stacked up on attack speed items. And I think for most of our players fighting against Itagaki, that's going to be a little bit hard to deal with. So Sinta still looking to make his move with this Amon Commander. He's got a couple 2-stars now, though, with the Phoveus and the Alucard.
Oh. And the Shadow QC copies the Phoveus. The Phoveus walked right into it. And the Leona is in the back line. This Mia should take care of her. DHS is being the big difference maker in chewing through the front line. And the Alucard is still alive. The Heart Bond taken care of. And this should be doable as his Alucard comes back up. And this is sort of what we set up to be a potential case for Zinta, where he gets the item that that fits the early synergies that he has, and he can use that to go on a win streak. The Glory League, the DHS, the Marksman, triple scavengers, things are falling into place. He has economy, he gets extra when he 2-stars a hero, and he gets a mirror device at certain points of the game. Which
then gives him gold too.
Yep, gives him gold as well.
Yeah. What's his second? Then for his second card, he gets shop refreshes, right? Yep. So he's gonna grab glittering jewels. We've got Map Pro going for equipment. Oracle over here for Gran. A lot of shop refreshes, at least for now, and a couple of those being held on to is probably the Rock Shield.
Wow. Nomad Pro already prepping for the late game. It's going, went for the cyclical support. Every 9 rounds you get an item. Does have the Aulus on the board right now, and the round.
He's going for Toy Mischief, man.
Yeah, the round he won was with the Aulus Weapon Master, the 3-shot Aulus. And now you guarantee yourself better chances to get the items that you want the longer the game goes on. So this could be the turning point where he stops bleeding out too much HP. That would be the ideal scenario, because he is on that 4 lose streak due to the Diggy.
Yeah. We're looking at Sinta right now. Again, playing around. Let's see if he beats Long Map Pro here. Again, he doesn't really have anything fancy, and it's funny because he's also just rolling with the Scavenger. He's probably going to lose this round. But that's kind of his move. That's the plan right now anyway. We've seen this Aulus do crazy things. He's got great items. But the Beatrix and the Mia are actually going to be able to pull this through.
Yep. Just a slightly better damage with the Marksman synergy, just extra attack speed, and then you get extra attack speed basically. The DHS making the difference. It has a 2-star Minotaur that he can pick up. There we go. And now gets a mirror device as well. The economy is coming through 4 Glory League, gets himself the Roger too. Senta is in a very good spot, but for Long Mad Pro, we do see, sort of the power spikes that he can achieve with the right pieces. And right now he's going to be stocking out on economy. Gideon spent quite a lot of his gold actually just to hit the level 7.
Yeah, he spent quite a bit. We're still going to watch Sinta though.
What
He's
early
up against
Ling here?
Sen, yeah. Early Ling, man.
Ay. Like you say, Naisu, sometimes it's about the RNG.
Yeah. RNG obviously playing a big part of this. Itagaki on a 7-game win streak, by the way. But yeah, this Ling is just going to go ahead and do a whole lot. Can he actually get through this? The 2 stars, the Beatrix, even with the Tempest Blades. I mean, he's got a Haas Claws, but yeah, he's going to clear out that. Oh, wow. The Beatrix damage.
Ignore it. This, it's 4 Glory League, so what's the numbers again? I think, if I'm not mistaken, 4 Glory League gives you like 2% hybrid attack every Was it every
2%.
second?
Every second. With the shield as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the long game. No one's dangerously low though at this point. This might be one of those things once again where you just kind of see what the pivots are going to be. It doesn't seem like everyone's showing their full hand just yet, and expect Sen and Gideon to have, like I said, even a potential shield later on, as Gideon's sitting at that 48 HP here. For Lungmat Pro, he looking pretty good. I mean, his Esmeralda's healthy here. He's got to get through this 2-star. Got to catch up with a Lilia in the back. Is unleashing, but Gideon's playing the Neo Beast, so he's waiting to go ahead and open that chest, and this is usually what we see. You take those losses, you build up your chest. He's probably going to get to 300 or close to it, and then pop it once he gets also, when we see what the next items are going to be here in this carousel.
Yeah, Nana Neo Beast, a match made in heaven, Longmat Pro. No one is going for Toy Mischief, so he can basically get he basically has a very good chance of getting the Toy Mischief if he fully commits into it. Right now, it still feels like he is a bit undecided. He takes the Exorcist Power Crystal. I thought that he would maybe go for the Bruiser one or just some items, but this could indicate some sort of a pivot. The Exorcist Power Crystal is pretty specific in terms of the board you want to go for. The Yuzong is one of the examples, the Hayabusa as well. Maybe you could put like a one Exorcist with a Bruiser, in this case Yuzong, and then you get like a Link or the Benedetta, and then you put the emblem on him, or the Iori Yagami that we saw from one of the previous games.
Yeah, we're also going to look, I think, for this one, see if Gideon can withstand this. Like I said, I think maybe after this one or one more, because they still have a creep round coming up that he opens that chest up. So most likely we'll have a tough one against Shadow QC here. I don't think he just has enough to deal with this, plus that Valentina now pretty stacked on items. A Holy Crystal on the floor in too, so easy win there for Shadow QC. Gideon will take the hit. Again, saving for economy, so expect the pivot here in the next round or two, or maybe 2 rounds after that creep.
I have a feeling that he might have the Rock Shield because he's still holding on to his Go-Go card, his second one.
Yeah.
Most likely has the Rock Shield. So that's why he's willingly taking that loss. But every single time you go up against a board with Hardbond, you are just prepared to lose extra health because the Hardbond pieces stay on the board if you don't take both of them out.
Got Defender.
Need one more round, maybe 2 more rounds to get the 300 threshold. So might have to go very deep into it, but luckily after this round it would be a creep round, so he can definitely go 300.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think 300 is the magic for the magic number for him anyway. It's up against Gron, so Gron still again, he really hasn't needed to do too much, even starting off with that early Hanabi. Should be able to clear this out.
Gideon doesn't have the BIS for the Mia, neither the Golden Staff. I think with the Golden Staff he would have 100% won this round, but now it's going to be slightly closer. The Winter Crown on the Kufra pop actually will end up costing him the round.
Oh, but that
because it allows the Bruiser to just access the back line, yeah.
Okay, so he's got 10 HP, creep round next, his chest is at 300, so this is where we see what all that patience, if it's going to pay off, and he did have the Rock Shield, so he's got that. What else do we have here for Go-Go cards? Reinforcements, whole lot of reinforcements, and of course the trust funds too, playing into that gold. Itagaki, wow. Man, he's stacked. He got the Defender Crystal as well. Itagaki's still undefeated.
That could mean a 6 Heartbound, 6 Defender comp for Itagaki.
Yeah.
That is the dream.
With the Mia, like commander.
With the
so
Mia,
like that's kind of the cherry on top for that. And again, Itagaki's in a great position to potentially win it all here unless someone has an answer to this. It's on a 10 win streak.
I think Sinta went for Glittering Jewels again, so he has a cumulative of 22 free shot refreshes. I'm not sure how much is left, but it's a pretty good time to start rolling patiently for the pieces you want and then cash in on the mirror device. He is sitting at level 9 already, so those 4 and 5 costs are gonna come by. And this could kickstart his engines to go on that win streak. He could be the answer to Itagaki just because he has better pieces.
Yeah. I see the change happening here too. Gideon, you see it, he ends up having Glory League with the Defender. Let's take a look at Cinta though. Cinta
6 Glory League. This is scary. He has
Cinta and Gideon.
Has the BIS on the Beatrix too. So AoE Life Bane.
Yeah, Cinta might actually, just because of the Glory League, man.
Yep.
Or Gideon with the Glory League, it's actually quite a bit. And then just
this
having
is like a Noodle fight.
Yeah, I know. Ooh, having his Lancelot though.
Oh, Gideon might win.
Ooh, so close. Yeah, Gideon won, man. The 6 Glory League just ended up paying a huge dividend there in that one.
It's 6 Glory League against 6 Glory League. That's what made it fun too. Gideon's Beatrix was untouched. Like both of them had Lancelot, and I think the part that stings for Cinta is that he has the items on the Beatrix, but it just didn't do enough, right? The Beatrix got jumped on and survived for way longer than she should. But unfortunately, there was a Lancelot on top of him. The Lancelot itself is very much sought after. You have Cinta, you have Gideon going for it. I think the Itagaki also wants the Lancelot. There's only like 1 more Lancelot. There's only 3 more Lancelots like left in the pool.
Yeah,
so
3.
They all could respectively get a 2-star Lancelot, and that would be it.
Even the 2-star Lancelot though is just quite quite a power spike basically that you can utilize. Cinta though actually going to take the loss here against Shadow QC, so that we've seen this before, man. Shadow QC, he was rolling with a Stargazer, the Luminexus. He's going with a Mage synergy build that we see especially pop up later on. We'll have to see Itagaki, if anyone's going to deal with this. I mean, he's actually getting closer to the 3-star Minotaur. He's getting closer to the 3-star Mia.
The Kufra too.
Yep,
his
the Kufra.
He needs 2 more Minnow, or 2
Cinta
more
just
each
got it.
pieces.
Cinta just got the 2-star Lance.
Power of the Amon, so nice. Just get a free copy of a hero. You take it away from the shop too. It doesn't count as an extra. Yeah, but Itagaki, I mean, he has 100 health, so nothing to worry about. Here's a 3-star Kufra here. Needs 1 more Mia and 1 more Minotaur. He can definitely afford to wait because you have a carousel round. You have a creep round coming up after this. The carousel round.
Yeah, the carousel round.
In fact, he has a Lancelot too. So against like Shadow QC, all the Lancelot needs to do is to get to that back line without getting deleted, and he might be able to clean it up. Like the Lancelot has Winter Crown, has a Sea Halberd for the Life Bane, and has the Purify, so you can't even crowd control it. Oh, not the Cinta, sorry. But this Lancelot has a War Axe for Itagaki's side.
Yeah, I'm also seeing a little glimpse at Gideon right now, man. The Glory League is just doing so much. Gideon actually is the first one to do damage to Itagaki, so that Glory League, what we were talking about, the 6 Glory League, really coming through for Gideon. I mean, the patience that he had. Again, he still got the Nana passive.
Wow.
Then he picks up another Heart Bond, the synergy too.
Yeah, Moon gets a capacity. Same for Sen ZT. Lungmad Pro is out of contention, so you just have to sit on the sidelines. Itagaki, unfortunately, he's been winning too much, can only go for the Heart's Claw. This is where he might start falling off because he was high rolling for the Heartbound and the Defender synergy. So he's basically sacrificed his economy for that early power spike. And to build it up from this point onwards is going to be hard as other people's board will have better scaling.
This will be massive because, I mean, just the power that Gideon's lineup has had so far with the synergies. Again, he's off to a really good potential to win this based on what we've seen, because he was able to go ahead and take down Itagaki. That'll get us to another round here, but let's go ahead and see how Cinta plays this one out against Sen. Again, the Glory League seems to be the move here for couple of the players right now too. Relying on the Roger, relying on the Lancelot. The Yorigami though, we've seen this before, man. But there's the shield from the Kagura. Oh, I don't know if that's gonna be enough.
Might do enough.
Oh,
The lance.
the Lancelot, man. It's just the 2-star. That's what I was saying. I hope somehow, some way, we get to see the 3-star Lancelot. Here we go. Gideon off against the races here against Moon. Man, Gideon will actually take a hit. So Gideon sitting he still has a shield, so he's still got around. He's still got the Nana. Very, very
17
close.
pointers. Really, neck and neck here.
Yeah. Rafaela, Ruby hitting those 2 stars. Itagaki getting closer. He's actually he's got the 3-star Minotaur now for Itagaki.
Man.
So his front line's building up.
Sinta is holding onto the Iori too, so good luck trying to get your Iori pieces. So he's not only getting
He's got
himself
2.
what he wants, he's also influencing other people's board.
This is what you got to do. It's one of the it's one of the strategies. He sees who wants the Origami. So we'll take a look at Sinta. He's able to go ahead and win this against Moon. Moon's lineup. Actually handling that front line pretty well, man. It's that magic lineup again.
It's the Lancelot that's the problem now. The Lancelot is tearing through the back line. Like, his Ruby is doing a very good job. If not for the Glory League shield, this round would have been over long ago. But the shield is making sure that the Beatrix takes almost
Lancelot.
negative damage.
Yeah, the Lancelot's so clutch, man.
Man, it's...
Gron
The
is
Lancelot-
out. Sen is out. So we have
What
Gron and
makes it
Sen.
worse is that the Lancelot is also Glory League.
Yeah.
You have a scaling of Lancelot that scales infinitely, has iframes, gets a shield every second, so every time he goes into his Thorn Rose form, he just gets the shield without him being punished.
I will turn this world upside
Yeah.
Oh, he
Glory
found the
League is a
Lancelot again.
move. Yeah, he got it again. Yorigami for Sinta also hitting. You see that right? Yeah, 2-star. So he's got the 2-star there. He's just going for that kick. He's going for that way of the dragon kind of reset build on him because he got the golden staff there too. So that's what he's really just trying to play. We'll see what items he picks up off of this. That's the mirror device too for Sinta. So that's going to be some extra gold. He does get closer to another Yori. He's just going for the 3-star.
He's going for 3-star Iori, yeah.
He's going for the 3-star Moon. Moon's also picking up. This could be potentially last round for Moon. He's going to kind of all in what he can get. Picks up. He's rolling with the Dauntless Stargazer.
Wow. How cool would it be if you win the grand finals with a 3-star Iori?
Yeah.
He has his hands on his head because if he rolled down everything, he just needed one Iori and he would have hit 3-star. That's all he needed. If he hit
that's
one
all he
Iori in the
needed.
shop just now, he could just use the mirror device and get the 3-star Iori, but might as well go for it, right?
He's so close,
It's
man.
so
he's
close.
so close.
And he has the
Ew.
Purify and the Winter Crown, so you can't even crowd control this Iori. Every kick will kill one piece.
Yeah. I
Does he
mean,
win
he's
here,
got
though?
another round, right? Oh, wait, no, he might not have a round. Never mind, yeah. He's going to be
No
out.
way.
So it was...
No way.
He wanted to take a chance. Doesn't happen.
Oh,
Dude,
the
it's
gamble.
looking scary, though. Itagaki could end up
Good
winning on through.
Lord.
It's only him and Shadow QC and Gideon.
Oh man, that was so unlucky. He needed just one Iori. He knew the moment he couldn't hit the Iori, the game was over for him.
Wait, we're going to
Chad
have a
is-
chance.
Wait a minute.
Wait, if Gideon loses, we're going to have a champion at either one of these, right?
Yep. If Gideon
Yeah,
loses,
'cause-
it's either Itagaki or Shadow QC.
Oh my goodness.
Man,
Gideon has to pull through with 1 HP.
he has to. I was looking at the chat and everyone is going, wow, like condolences, commiserations to Sinta.
Good try,
My
good try.
It was either 9,000 aura or minus 9,000 aura, like that.
Yeah. All right, we're on Shadow QC's POV here against Itagaki. He's so stacked up, and this is the mage lineup that we've seen win before. They're
Okay.
enough to target down the Mia, but is it enough?
Come on.
The Farsa's still making work. The Kyo
Aw.
Kusanagi as well. Oh!
Oh, this mage
Shadow
lineup.
QC.
This mage lineup is a problem because Itagaki He just hit level 8, and again, he spent a lot of his economy on just perfecting his board and get the 3-star, but at the cost of just not having enough damage. Because the only damage dealer that he's relying on is the Mia, and that is not enough. You just don't have enough firepower here.
This is exactly what we see every time, though, Husky. It's like that, you know, the Mia Minotaur Kufra combo that you see a defender Heartbond with, whether or not they have the Mia commander. Like, it starts out so strong, but it gets you to top 4, and that kind of serves its purpose. But obviously, Itagaki wants to win this. Shadow QC too. They'd be champions. Gideon's holding on, though. And he's rolling with Defender and Glory League. You know, he's got and the Heartbond. So he's like playing the long game. He wants this to go on as long as possible for his matchups here. He's going to be going against Shadow QC, though.
He has a
Let's
chance.
see if he can pull it off. He does
if he
have
can
a chance.
beat Shadow QC, he can definitely win this.
He could. As long as he's able to stay alive. But man, this is a problem, though.
Come on, Lance. Come on. Winter Crown?
Winter Crown?
One more Thorn Rose.
No, it's just too much.
Oh, the Rafa, man. The Rafa.
The Rafa in the back. That's Gideon bowing out. We're going to have either Itagaki Konoe, a champion, or AOT Shadow QC.
Well, Vietnam has a chance. They missed out goal 1, but here in MRS 5, they could start off the season with a trophy. All came down to this mage comp that was more of a rare sight yesterday, but became the key to win rounds today. KOF for Shadow QC too, and that means he can supercharge one of his mage, and I'm willing to wager he's gonna put it on the Rafa at this point, right? Yep, KOF Rafa. I have no idea how Itagaki is gonna win from this point.
Oh man, Shadow QC. That's what I was saying. From Group A, so impressive on what he was able to go ahead and do and showcase us in the semifinals. Itagaki as well, competitor. There's still a couple rounds here. Let's see what ends up happening, though. But could Itagaki keep this? This is usually where we see this lineup fall apart. That's the problem with this. So let's see. Shadow QC, Itagaki coming down with it. This Rafaela is stacked, man. Alongside the Farsa, they're going to be able to tear through this. Look at that. Even with the Luminexus, that's just so much damage. Even with the Heartbond, you're going to come spawn back up and you take a couple feathered airstrikes on top of the head. Shadow QC will take that one. Itagaki's got one round to potentially make something happen here.
I feel like we can call it. I don't see a way back for Itagaki. He has already spent his bank. Shadow QC is at level 10. He has at least one round left. He can roll for 5 costs. I think this might be it. And Shadow QC, you know, better late than never, right? He missed out the 18-point threshold by an extra round because he finished at 17. Had to take an early L in the previous round by finishing last. And now comes back swinging with this PNK. And you are asking me, like the commanders that would be shown. I say the PNK is a core part of some of these players. And what do you know? The PNK might be the reason he wins the finals.
Well, here we go. Shadow QC with the PNK. He leveled up the K, the Gushin. He's doing work. Even with the Lancelot attempting here from Itagaki, it's still the same combo. He put the Rafa on the other side. Farsa over there. Heartbond's going to be triggering. Shadow QC, can he cap it out? And he does it. We have our champion for our Rising Stars Season 5. It's none other than AOT Shadow QC from Vietnam.
Cue the music with the lyric, "This is the end" here, because it was pretty clear at one point that Shadow QC is going to win. Congratulations, bringing it home for Vietnam after missing out on goal 1. What a way to start the season with the PNK as the signature for the championship round 2.
Just a great finish there. Gosh, I big shout outs to Mo too, by the way. I hope he gets to see this because he said the same thing. It was like when you watched him play in Group A in the semifinals, we were both like, man, we can't wait to watch Shadow QC play in the finals against the group of death survivors from Group B. and he goes and does it, man. He goes all the way, ends up getting the dub here, gets the championship. Just congratulations to Shadow QC. You can see that, he's very proud of himself too. Phenomenal. Also, because I just want to say this is one of the more unique synergy compositions that we've seen from yesterday and today. And who would have thought it'd be this Stargazer, KOF, Luminexus, basically synergy built in with, his multiple 2-stars across the board. We knew how good a Rafaela could be too. But having that Rafaela, having the Edith as well, it's just, and then the Farsa, and I feel like he just really, he was able to get the items that he needed too. Like that was so crucial for this lineup.
I personally think Mo is a seer because way before the tournament starts, he texted me and he was like, yo, KOF Luminexus is the thing. And guess what? KOF Luminexus won the finals, with the PNK. And you did say that Shadow QC is the guy to watch out for, and he came out as a champion despite having a rough round 3 and 4. But this is the second time that Indonesia were so close to tasting the trophy, and then they missed out on it. Happened in Go 1, happened here as well. I think the person that is going to have a hard time sleeping for the next few nights is definitely Sinta, because, man, gambling with that Amon, with everything and just missing out one piece, sometimes it feels like destiny has something else to say about it.
That was such a good try, though. Sometimes I think if you're in that position, like we saw from Sinta, it's like, you know what? Sometimes you got to go big or go home, man.
Yeah.
And it was just, it was unfortunate because think how, I don't know, I guess we got to see it in the semifinals yesterday, like how clutch it is to see that 3-star, that 3-star 5 gold cost come through, and like he was trying for it, he was getting close, but because if you get that, if you end up making that happen, like that's basically checkmate. Like there's not much you can do against the 3-star 5 cost heroes. And if it was for the championship, why not? Why not go ahead and attempt for that? But yeah, I don't know. This was I kind of wish we could have gotten to the 8 games, but with the nature of like how those games played out, Husky, and so close down to it. But like you said, before we even got into this game, it was like you already got 5 guys locked into the threshold, they're all playing out of their minds, by the way. Like even when we had at one point, Moon was only at 3, I think he was at like 3 points at one point, and then he ends up winning. Like everyone was highly competitive in this final, and you just couldn't necessarily pick one person who was going to end up winning this.
Yeah, I mean, Gideon was like our hope to get an extra game, right? But in the
so
face
close.
of Shadow QC, there's just no way Shadow QC was. Again, he solidified his position. I think by the time there's only 4 people left, you sort of can see that he's gonna win, and you're just waiting for him to fight everyone at least once to confirm that. But even for Gideon, he ended the run with 17 points before this game. If Gideon won this round, we would have 7 out of 8 players eligible, and that probably would have made the grand finals a lot more interesting. But I would settle for this. I think the way that Shadow QC won sort of played to the prophecy that we kind of laid out at the start of the day.
I was gonna say, it honestly started with yesterday, just seeing him play through the semifinals, because Mo, who's very analytical with what he's able to see, Mo was kind of like losing his mind, at least in the first group for Group A, with how Shadow QC was just playing. It really did seem like he was just in a different level than the rest of Group A, and I think finally seeing him play here against the best of the best for Season 5, you can definitely see that, But again, you're in a situation where I feel like there was so many cases where a lot of these guys could have been Shadow QC here too. It was just what separated him in his championship run here was the fact that he was able to go ahead, lock in this synergy, have sort of the favor of getting the items that he needed, the roles that he needed. Even when he started out, because he went with PNK, right? And then he went with the Ruby Power, the go-go card for his first off. So he had the Scythe and the Cloak. obviously that also plays a big part in how he was able to utilize this lineup. And then he had early on, his second card was the Dark Blade, right? So he's basically dealing with a lot of the sustainability and the healing that came out from his opponents. And, those little choices, like down to the go-go cards, playing into his synergies that he brought is what ended up being the win for everything stacking up for him.
Yeah, he played into a lobby where no one was paying attention to that comp, which was the trend in the previous 2 games too. He basically was able to find that crack in the lobby meta, which you did ask me about, and I said that sometimes you just have to go against the grain and see which composition is not being prioritized, and that usually could give you a good chance of winning. And again, he basically played it to perfection. He found the right comp to pivot to. He found the right go-go cards to set himself up and prep for the future and what he might have to deal with, which in this case is sustain because of hard bond and defender. And overall, just very good prep work done by Shadow QC. The PNK obviously made his life twice as easy because he gets to cheat out on a couple of chess pieces. Even if he doesn't need it, he sells it for extra gold. And once he hits that piece, I talked about how Beyond the Clouds was something that we haven't seen in Season 5. And guess what? Beyond the Clouds was what he won with. It really feels like he is the person that goes against the prophecy, or in this case, he fulfills the prophecy.
Yeah. Again, the approaches that our players take here throughout whether that's the semifinal and how quickly the meta can kind of change from day to day. This is we did see some similar things from the semifinals, but we saw so many unique things, I feel like, here throughout our finals. And that's what I really liked seeing as we take a look at that championship lineup, the champion lineup for this one and for the whole thing here from Shadow QC. Again, just able to go ahead and, make this all come together. Part of it was the patience on his side, but also just the ability to stay calm and collected and make this composition work for him.
Pretty crazy that he won Season 5 with a Season 4 comp, with a Season 4 lineup. Right? Aside from the Rafa and the Florian, but if you just look at the synergy itself, this is exactly what you would expect people expect to be winning games in Season 4 lobbies. So, props to this guy. Again, Mo has an eye for talent. So people that he say is gonna win usually comes out in the top contenders. And Shadow QC defy the odds, play the long game. And in MCGG, it's really not how you start, it's how you finish. But he started strong and he finished strong.
I think that's what makes Magic Chess Go-Go so fun, man. You can have a strong start like this if you want to. We saw Itagaki Kanoe have pretty much one of the longest win streaks so far in the finals, I would say, until eventually it was answered. And so if any of our viewers out there want to start getting into Magic Chess and you want kind of at least an opportunity to get to the top 4 where you're not losing stars in your own ranked games, well, hey, you know what? Pick up that build, right? Go with the Minotaur Commander or the Nia Commander, build the Defender Heartbond lineup if you want to, and you'll at least go ahead and start up, right? Because again, I'm thinking about the statistic that there's so many new players competing here in the esport of Magic Chess Go-Go. 75% was the statistic. So that also means we have a bunch of new players coming into the game. And within my own streams, within my own community, a lot of people have decided to pick it up. I actually tell people, because, part of my community is also the gym community, and they always need something for the cardio, Husky. Yeah, and I always tell them, you know what? Yo, just pick up Magic Chess Go-Go, play it on the cardio machine. So hopefully you're on a good treadmill or something, and your cardio sessions will go by so fast. I think an average game of Magic Chess is like 30-ish minutes almost. And that's 30 minutes cardio.
I mean, it's enough for the Stairs Master as well, right? If you're doing that as a part of your routine, instead of staring at the screen climbing? Where you are rock climbing, not really, right? It's against the rules, but it's a good pastime. Here's the final standings, of course. Just to clear up the confusion, even though Itagaki has the most points, the winner does go over the Shadow QT because he did win the most recent round.
Yeah, so technically he's going to be bumped up there. And then because, again, placements still matter here for the prize pool. So if you guys had missed that at the beginning of the stream, that's what our players were competing for. They were all competing for a prize pool here. Again, the champion was getting somewhere around, 3,000, I believe it was 3,000 for the champion. So AOT Shadow QC will be taking that. And then I believe that it was 1,800 for second place, 1,800 USD. Third place was getting 1,000. Fourth place was getting 800 USD. And then fifth to eighth place, as you see there, will be getting 500 each. So everybody getting a pretty good chunk of the prize pool.
Yeah. And again, for people who might not understand how the rules work, the standings might have shown Shadow QC in third place, but because of the format, he is the champion, with Itagaki finishing in second and Sinta finishing in third. So all you gotta do is to move Shadow QC's name to the very top, and then from that point onwards, it'll be second to eighth place. The players, they fought valiantly today, right? Only Sen ZT really had an incredibly tough time. Like his best placement was, I think, fourth, fifth place. But aside from that, everyone else was basically, were essentially finishing top four at least once.
That's why I said it was highly competitive. It's one of those things where you just, and for the people that might have just been tuning in for the finals, you guys got to see a lot of really good matches for Magic Chess Go-Go. And the cool thing about it is, again, you guys can go ahead and take kind of these concepts of what you're seeing and try to replicate them yourselves, and I've definitely taken some of these commanders, like some of the meta that you're seeing. I know I've had people just message me just today after I posted that we were going to be doing the finals today, of them finding out too, by the way, that you can download Magic Chess Go-Go on your PC. For some reason, there's a ton of people that don't know this. They just think that you can only play it on your phone. Well, if you guys are also like me, and not only do I have it on both my phones, I also have it on my PC, because sometimes when I'm just playing, or I'm doing a little bit of work, Magic Chess Go-Go, you can put it somewhere else on your everybody's got like whatever operating system they have. You can split the screen if you want to. You could put it on your second monitor, third monitor, fourth monitor, how many monitors you guys have. Get the PC version of Magic Chess Go-Go. Trust me, even the effects just look way cooler seeing up on a bigger screen. I don't know if that's because I'm old, Husky, but I like to play it on the PC, man.
Oh no, I'm the same as you, right? I could be doing some work, having MCGG on the side, but people with more than one monitor, you could even put up like your strat book on the other monitor. There's plenty of ways to go with it. Again, this game is very, the HUD is very friendly as well. Whatever info you need to know is there. They have a glossary for terms you might not understand. Yeah. It's really good. And even in game, you might have seen it on the screen a couple of times, where if you're looking for specific hero pieces, the game tells you how much is left in the
like
pool.
A thumbs up.
So you don't get to you don't get to roll for nothing, and you can even notify everyone else in the lobby what a particular person is going for, so you could maybe mess him up. Plenty of interactive ways for you to go around in the game, whether you are someone new to it or you're playing it for a long time.
Those were all concepts that I had to learn like over time, because obviously when I jumped in the Magic Chess Go-Go, and like a lot of my community has, I just tell them, just have fun with it. Don't get too caught up in all the crazy strats you guys are seeing, or like get caught up in the deep strategy just yet. Like, you can still really enjoy Magic Chess Go-Go by just downloading it, even without loading up a lineup. I'll say this: if you guys are familiar with MLBB, like, you can load up your equipment set from some of the top players or certain heroes and everything. You can do the same thing for Magic Chess Go-Go for certain commanders, right? You can like literally kind of set the lineup, jump into the game, and then when you open the shop, what I love about it is like it gives you the thumbs up, it kind of, even with the items, it tells you, go for this, go for that. So the barrier to entry for Magic Chess Go-Go is very low, I feel like, for if you want to just start, and as we get through more seasons of Rising Stars, I think the other cool thing here, Husky, is that they can join it. They can join those the qualifiers from their own home. They can join the online version of it, and then eventually, maybe one day, those people watching this right now we'll be casting them compete in the future seasons.
Yep, I'm looking forward to that as well. From the comfort of your room, and you have a chance to become a champion, or maybe potentially a world champion. That's a chance that I would take any time of the day. But yeah, it's been a pleasure. The talent pool is so wide, and I can wager that it will only get bigger.
Yeah, this couple days I feel like just isn't enough for Magic Chess Go-Go. Hopefully that gets to a point where there's a longer kind of run tournament-wise, and more players get to go ahead and get into it. Because if I remember right, eventually, when we get towards the end of the year, I'm assuming just like usual with the roadmap, we'll have our, of course, like go-to come up, and eventually, I don't know if they'll... Well, technically, they traveled for Go 1.
They did.
You casted from home, though, right? Yeah, you casted from home.
Well, we did it from home, but the players were there.
And the players were there. I didn't get to see I didn't get to see it on ground. I'm gonna have to go back and like look at some photos or anything of that because, we were there in Indonesia. So it's like I wonder what the plans for Go 2 are right now. I will say that's it's been great to see. It's been great to see the competitors. It's been great to go ahead and see these different synergies and everything else that we've seen in the past 2 days. Again, congratulations to Shadow QC. Very, very well deserved. Any last thoughts here, Husky, before we close out?
I think it's been a wonderful finals. Again, the talent pool is as deep as the ocean. We've only discovered 5% of it, if I remember correctly. And I just hope for more MCGG actions down the road, and hopefully we get to explore more of how in-depth this community actually is. And it's pretty welcoming, pretty easy to pick up, and I look forward to more new faces.
Okay. Thank you so much, Husky, for joining us, and everybody that joined us in the chat. Don't forget to follow the official pages over on Facebook and at TikTok, the global pages for Magic Chess Go-Go. That's me, Naisu. That's Husky. That is our Magic Chess Go-Go Rising Stars Season 5 Finals. Again, congratulations to Shadow QC from Vietnam. We'll see you guys in the next one. Until then, take care, good night, and we'll see you guys.
Man, I'm drained.
Yeah, same here. Oh, have you heard the rumors about that group of masked vigilantes?
Of course. The ones fighting evil and upholding justice every night.
Some say their power gives off a bright flash, but no one knows who they are behind those masks.
Ah, a light in the darkness. Sure sounds like justice.
Well, I hope they're the real deal.
Yeah, the nights would feel a lot safer.
Mommy! Mommy! Is the lady with the glowing lollipop coming tonight?
You mean that brave young lady? She only appears in the darkest places.
Really? She's not scared of the dark?
That's right. So we should all be brave, just like her. As long as you believe in her light, she'll be there to protect everyone.
A new crisis is brewing.
Once more, the masked guardians must unite. To defend the city. And she will return.
Man, I'm drained.
Yeah, same here. Oh, have you heard the rumors about that group of masked vigilantes?
Of course, the ones fighting evil and upholding justice every night.
Some say their power gives off a bright flash, but no one knows who they are behind those masks.
Ah, a light in the darkness. Sure sounds like justice.
Well, I hope they're the real deal.
Yeah, the nights would feel a lot safer.
Mommy! Mommy! Is the lady with the glowing lollipop coming tonight?
You mean that brave young lady? She only appears in the darkest places.
Really? She's not scared of the dark?
That's right. So we should all be brave, just like her. As long as you believe in her light, she'll be there to protect everyone.
A new crisis is brewing.
Once more, the masked guardians must unite. To defend the city. And she will return.